I don't know what's going on with my chat, but it's not working. Well, that's great news. Really? Is the stream even real then? If it's like that. No, seriously, what the hell? But that is so weird. Okay. Welcome everyone, I guess. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening with my stream, but yeah, welcome, I guess. I can't really say for sure what I am planning on doing today, but tonight, I mean, it's nighttime. I am feeling like I'm in the mood to like reset. I'm kind of locked in a little bit. What I will be doing tonight is my homework, which is on my laptop here, which I will only show when I'm like working on something that I can actually show. My group project, no. My personal project, probably. And by personal project, I mean like my personal project for class. Yeah. I probably can't show that because that's meant to be a portfolio view anyhow. So yeah. Yeah. So I'm just here. I guess maybe I should like say that I'm like would like to watch scary stories and lock in. Why not? Because why not? I don't feel like doing political stuff right now today, so this one I'm gonna watch. Normally I would be doing this at like on a Saturday night, so why not do it with an audience? I'm just kidding.
Subreddit is exactly what it sounds like, a place for posts about Reddit users who have died. Sometimes these are from friends or family.
Wait, why is that so much louder than my mic? Oh, I need to work on this. Maybe I need extra gain or something. I'm sorry, that bothered me. Yes, it probably should. Yeah. Okay, see? See, this is better now. Maybe I'm kind of crispy, I'm not gonna lie, but okay. See? This seems to be a lot better. A lot better. I mean, unfortunately you can hear like more stuff, but whatever.
Members or from other fellow Redditors who randomly stumbled across their profiles. I already covered this subreddit in a previous video, but wanted to revisit it as it is interesting, albeit very depressing. Anyway, let's investigate. If you enjoy internet mysteries and generally disturbing content, feel free to subscribe and turn on notifications for more content like this. If you're interested in supporting the channel, you can become a Ko-fi member or a channel member to gain access to uncut videos and other perks, or you can leave me a tip by clicking the thanks under this video. Thanks to anyone who considers this. This video will centre around death from a number of different causes, including murder, terminal illness, and drugs. Viewer discretion is advised. You can click the link in the description to become a Ko-fi member and watch a longer, uncut and ad-free version of this video, which features a whole extra entry that was unsuitable for this cut. Antonio Zero created his Reddit account in November 2018 and since then was active in various different subreddits, often answering questions in the likes of r/ask and The 10th Dentist, and posting memes in others. The last post he ever made, excluding comments, was on the Onions subreddit, which is for the Onion Router, a browser used to access the dark web. It was titled, "Can anyone get on Bohemia?" which I'm guessing is a site to buy illegal drugs from. The post read, Dark.fail has no links, and taxi links aren't working for me. I just want to get on so I can finalise an order so the seller can get paid, potentially. I'm planning to move to a different market after all this crap, but I'd like to release funds to the seller because they delivered as promised and I want to give them the best chance to get paid. Is there anywhere else to get links that work? Taxi links take me to capture and whatnot, but doesn't get through to actual site. Maybe the links are fine, but my connection just sucks. I've never been on the dark web, so honestly I'm not sure what dark.fail or taxi links are, but I gather that Antonio ordered drugs from this site, they were delivered, and now he's trying to pay the seller after the site went down. According to one of the comments, this happened because a rogue admin began siphoning Bitcoin out of their wallets, leading to vendors and users complaining about missing deposits and failed withdrawals. Anyway, I digress. Antonio was still commenting on other people's posts until February 2024, so I guess he figured out the problem then moved to another market, but that decision would eventually prove fatal. On the 1st of August 2025, a user made a short post on the Dead Redditors subreddit titled RIP Antonio Zero. It read, "Sorry to say my partner OD'd on some whack substance he got online. Someone contaminated his drugs with fentanyl. RIP to my baby's father. So young, only 28. OP clarified in the comments that Antonio had ordered morphine which had been spiked with fentanyl. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid that is similar to morphine but 100 times more potent. It's even 50 times more potent than heroin, so you can see how it would be easy to overdose when you think you're just taking morphine and it's actually spiked with fentanyl. Just 2 milligrams, which is the equivalent of 10 to 15 grains of table salt, is considered a lethal dose, so there only has to be a tiny amount of contamination to kill someone. It's kinda eerie to see Antonio posting about buying drugs from the dark web, knowing that that's what eventually led to his death. The sad part is, he had made posts in the past asking how to inject safely, so he was clearly conscious of the risks, but did want to minimize them. He was also volunteering at a children's hospital, so he must have been a caring person. It seems like he died shortly after his final comments in February 2024, as his partner first posted about losing him on the 1st of March, then made another post saying it was the funeral on the 3rd of March. I'm glad to 1st August 2025 on the 3rd of March. More recently, in August 2025, the day after the Dead Redditors post, she made another post on a different subreddit in which she mentioned her fiancé, so I'm glad she was able to find love again, but it sounds like she'll never forget Antonio. King of Cats, real name Linda, created her Reddit account in April 2010 and was pretty active from the off. She worked in a pet store for a while and seemed to love animals. She herself had a cat and a snake that she posted about. Her last ever comment was on an Ask Reddit thread titled, "What do you own that most people don't?" Her reply was, "I have a job at Blockbuster."
Oh, wow.
That was in April 2014, around the time she got into a relationship, one that would lead to her tragic death just a few months later.
Huh?
In January 2015, there was a Dead Redditors post titled, "Farewell King of Cats." It read, "Linda Bauer was murdered this past September, but I just discovered this sub and I'm still grieving. It's really hard to let go. I can't sleep lately and I'm always exhausted. I haven't gone out or been social since New Year's. I'm a recluse at the moment. She was my best friend. I've known her since we were both kids, and she was someone who I always counted on being there for me. We loved each other and probably would have ended up together if the opportunity came up, but we didn't because of distance and me being in the military and all that. She was amazing, one of those people that was kind but brutally honest and had the power to change the world. She truly is amazing and was an absolute wonderful human being. She saved my life, quite literally, when back in 2012 I tried to take my own life on 3 separate occasions. She called me on a hunch and talked me out of it. She knew I was in trouble. I planned on paying her back someday threefold, but now I can't. It's the worst feeling in the world, knowing you can never repay your best friend with your life.
Okay. Yeah. And I guess maybe like this story is just like really sad for me. To me, like, yeah. Okay. I am an empath after all. Very much so. Like, everyone tells me. And I'm just like, I don't like labels. But I know what I am. I am sensitive. I can also be like really crass and whatever, but overall I'm sensitive. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need a moment. Yeah. Like, I can't say that something similar necessarily happened to me, but it did suck when, like, back in 2020, like, just before the whole pandemic thing happened, I found out that someone I knew in high school, who I had still been semi-regularly talking to, at least until, like, a few years before that, did, like, suddenly pass away. It did suck. And I guess it, like, for some reason, this reminded me of that. Which is so weird, like, why? How? What? Like, but yeah. Oof. Yeah, they just felt weird. But now I see that I completely forgot to do, like, a part of my assignment. So, of my group project. I indeed should not have been doing this alone, but whatever. Anyway.
I should have visited her after my deployment, but I didn't because she was with her boyfriend at the time and didn't want to be around that.
Ah.
I wanted her for myself, and we both had planned on getting intimate, but because of him being there and my own selfishness, I didn't. And then he killed her. My biggest regret.
Oof.
Wherever you are, Linda, I miss you and can't wait to see you again. I know we are both atheists, but sometimes I wish there was a heaven just to lessen the pain. I miss your singing. I want to hear you sing me to sleep like you used to. This post gives you the gist of what happened to Linda, but I found a more detailed story on victimsforjustice.org written by her mother, so I'll read that now. On September 10th, 2014, my 19-year-old daughter Linda was brutally strangled to death by her boyfriend David Thomas. Linda worked at a pet zoo in Eagle River when she met David Thomas around March and started dating around the end of April 2014. He was several years older than Linda, but they shared a common passion for animals, specifically reptiles. Linda had recently been SA'd by another individual earlier in the year, but she did not report it. When she met David, she was very nervous about getting into any relationship after what she had recently experienced. Still, they decided to date. Their relationship was okay at first, but in a very short time they began to have issues and several verbal fights. David had problems with alcohol and marijuana, not sure about heavier drugs, and when they would get into a fight, Linda would try to distance herself from him, at which point he would begin constantly messaging and calling her phone. He even texted and called me. In these messages and calls, he would range from sadness and pleading to anger and name-calling to attempting to get sympathy by mentioning he would himself. Anything to try and manipulate Linda into his compliance. My husband and I addressed our concerns with David in one-on-one conversations and let him know that if he ever laid a hand on her, there would be hell to pay. We also asked if he had a criminal history. He did tell us he had spent some time in jail in Montana for assault on a police officer, claiming he was drunk at the time. He claimed he had learned his lesson and was working to better himself. We gave him the benefit of proving himself to us and Linda that he would straighten up his act, but told him we would be keeping an eye on him. The night before Linda was murdered on September 9th, 2014, she had decided she was going to end the relationship. Linda took him home. He lived with his brother, sister-in-law and their 2 children, and went to her friend's house. Her friend later told us that while at her house, David was constantly messaging her phone and telling her that if she didn't come back, he was going to kill himself. Linda succumbed to his manipulation and went over to his house where he strangled her in the late morning hours of September the 10th. He placed a lifeless body in the backseat of his car and drove around town for several hours that day. He later confessed to his brother what he had done and turned himself in. He met with the police in the parking lot of Walgreens in Eagle River. During the investigation, we learned more details about David's assault on a police officer in Montana. He actually attacked the officer with scissors, and in the officer's self-defense, they attempted to tase him, which failed. A second officer missed while attempting to shoot David. Another use of the taser finally allowed for David to be taken into custody. The reason for the interaction between police and David is that the police were responding to a 911 call reporting domestic violence and violation of a domestic violence protective order. The cops were responding to a domestic violence call.
Damn.
We were notified by police in the very early hours of September 11th, 2014 that Linda had been murdered. The moments after that announcement continues to be a blur to me to this day. We very well could have been told that there was help for us through VFJ and Office of Victims' Rights, but neither my husband nor I can remember. There were no calls made offering legal assistance outside the DA's office. I was not handed an information card with names and phone numbers of VFJ or OVR, nothing. I can't stress enough the importance of having someone there at the time the police arrive. At the very least, a call within a day or 2 would be vital. Victims have enough pain and struggle to endure without the stress of understanding the next steps in the legal process. This devastated me. This devastated my family. It's one thing to lose a loved one from sickness or even an accident, but at the hands of another person was unimaginable. There is no good that can come from this. However, I now position myself to be an advocate to see change to our state's criminal justice system.
Oops. Sorry.
And I work to be a voice for other victims and their families. After Linda's death, we were left to basically fend for ourselves. There was no one there to help answer our questions or guide us through the legal process. It was over a year before we realised there was help for victims and their families, help through Victims for Justice and the OVR. We were able to receive compensation for lost wages and had the support of the VFJ staff. They sat with us and supported us through the difficult court appearances and gave guidance when it came to legal support. We also began to attend monthly meetings with other families of violent crimes and continue to do so even 5 years since my daughter's death. This support group is instrumental in the grieving process. Because of VFJ, we feel safe to share our pain, frustration, anger, and we have found a sense of connection with other victims and their families. This whole story is just infuriating. It sounds like Linda was young, naive, and impressionable, and that's how she ended up with David in the first place. But then she finally came to her senses and ended the relationship, only to feel bad and go back when he threatened to hurt himself. Let this be a lesson to you that if you're ever in a situation like this, do not go back. Chances are that person is just trying to manipulate you and wouldn't actually do it. But even if they did, that would not be your fault for making a decision to better your own life. David was 28 at the time of the murder. He had much more life experience and he knew exactly how to manipulate Linda, despite the fact that it sounds like she had a good support system around her.
Yeah, exactly.
He eventually pled guilty to second-degree murder and was given a 75-year sentence with 25 years suspended, meaning he'll spend 50 years in prison and 10 years on probation. This was after he took a plea deal. I'm not a lawyer or a cop, but I don't even get why he was offered a plea deal. It seems a pretty clear-cut case, and he even confessed. 50 years in prison is not enough, given that he likely took many more years than that from Linda. I'm gonna end this story with another post about Linda that I found on the 2X chromosomes subreddit. It's a bit long, but it gives some more details on her and highlights how good a person she was, so it's well worth hearing. One of my best friends in the world, Linda Bauer, was murdered by her boyfriend. I wish everyone could know how amazing she was. I met Linda Bauer online in October 2013, playing online video games of all places. We instantly hit it off as we had so much in common. Well, except for location and age. She lived in Alaska and I lived in Florida. She was also just 18 and I was much older. She was the little sister I never had. We talked on Kik almost every night. I learned her amazing story.
I remember
she struggled
that.
with her parents' divorce, depression,
Actually,
and
so many
gender
people on that
identity.
thing.
I helped her through tough times and she helped me through some as well. My mother passed away from cancer at a young age, and her devotion to her mum and her inner strength helped me come to grips with my mum's death. Linda was incredibly kind, always cheered me up with stories. She loved animals, raising snakes, cats, mice, other random reptiles. One of her favourite pets, a majestic cat named Mufasa, had died just a year or so before. He was still basically a kitten, and that had been hard on her too. As a gift, I commissioned a drawing of a picture of her and Mufasa from Reddit. Linda suffered a traumatic experience early this year with a man and struggled mightily to come to grips with her fears and weaknesses. We talked for many hours about what happened to her and how she had the strength to overcome. Eventually she did and met a new man and began dating. Unfortunately, the new boyfriend meant less time for me and I didn't talk to her much anymore, but always tried to check to make sure she was doing okay. She went to therapy to overcome her demons and appeared on the right track. Then suddenly I find out this man, this boyfriend of 4 months or so, murdered her.
Oh my god.
This despicable filth of a human being took one of the planet's brightest stars away from her family and friends. I wish I'd known more about him, but we lost touch and I'll forever regret not trying harder to stay in contact. I have so much rage against this person and there's little I can do. Most of her Alaskan friends don't even know who I am or how close Linda and I became, so I have little support to grieve her death or to provide support for the ones there that loved and cared for her so much. Linda Bauer was truly one of the most amazing individuals I have ever known or will ever know. I only knew her less than a year, but the impact she had on my life is everlasting. For a time she was an avid Reddit user, King of Cats. Violence against women sickens me. I would love to make a charitable donation in her name to a domestic violence charity. Please guide me in that direction so I can try to honour her and make some good come out of this horrible situation. Thank you for reading this. I am crushed and devastated and feel like I let her down that I didn't see this possibility. I stare at her Facebook or text message and can't believe there is no longer a person on the other end. I cry for her mother and friends who loved her dearly. I hope the world can know how wonderful she was and that somehow this tragedy can prevent another in the future. Thank you for any assistance. With love, Aidan. Edit. I want to thank everyone for some truly inspiring and heartfelt replies. I had several reasons for doing this. The first was I was tired of seeing the media stories about her death, and every one of them provided details on his life and his misdoings, and frankly I was sick of it. Where was the details on her life? I wanted people to know more about the person that was taken away from us, an incredible, giving person that was loved by many. Secondly, I wanted to illustrate how deep a connection can be made with someone just as an online friend. We talked voice-playing games, but primarily we chatted via text for hours on end. And even though it was a short time, hours of conversation a day adds up and you really learn about someone to almost the deepest level possible. Lastly, a bit of a selfish one, I am alone in my grief. I don't know her real friends and family, they don't know me. I've reached out but I haven't got much back, and that's understandable. I feel like an intruder almost, and I know it's way harder on them, but I loved her too and I want to help in any way I can. And by posting this, you guys helped me as I learned of others that knew her like I did, Smalls907 being an amazing human being and helping me out, and your countless wishes and condolences. I've received some of the most incredible private messages, and naturally some of the worst, but they were easily ignored, and I treasure the great messages I have received, and I hope I have made new online acquaintances. Linda Bauer was an incredible person that suffered a fate none of us should endure. Her life was difficult, but despite that, she made all of those around her feel special and important. But as I look back, it wasn't all those around her that was special, it was Linda herself. And as I see people saying they knew her from all over the world, online acquaintances like me, there's a little piece of Linda everywhere. Here in Florida, over in Australia, in New York. I will miss you forever. I love you, Aiden.
So sad.
Sadplant1870, real name Jake, was active on Reddit for about 2 years, and during that time only made 9 posts. The first couple were about window tinting and bushcrafting on the Vagabond subreddit, which seemed to be where he was most known. In May this year, that's also where he announced that he was dying. He made a post titled, "Cancer Took a Turn." It read, "I was diagnosed with cardiac sarcoma back in February 2025, and it seemed decent enough that they may be able to help. I requested to not know how it would be treated and that the info be passed to my sister, who has been watching over me recently. Late April, it took a turn when I did a re-evaluation, saying I needed to be sent to a different place in order for further testing. In order to keep the story short, I ain't gonna get into it all, but the bottom line is, I have 4-ish months to live if my math is right from when I was diagnosed to when it was re-evaluated, and I've decided I'm taking that trip I had once posted a long time ago in here. I'ma be up in northern Minnesota in the remainder of my days in the woods, just bushcrafting and doing redneckery things like I used to do, and I just wanted to say it was awesome to be able to see some of your stories, and to be able to share some insight on boat hopping in a previous post I made. Thanks for the everything, y'all. Stay safe out there, and if you have any tips, I don't leave for another 2 weeks, so send them my way. Sorry if this seems kinda sappy or weird in any way, I'm not the best at telling stories and crap." Cardiac sarcoma is a rare type of cancer that starts in the heart, in the muscle, fat or blood vessels. The tumours are aggressive and spread quickly. They can block blood flow, causing symptoms like chest pain, swelling and shortness of breath. Survival rates are pretty low, with 47% of patients surviving 1 year and just 16% surviving 3 years. So unfortunately, Jake didn't really stand much of a chance, and the worst part is, he was only 19 when he was diagnosed. He seemed to have come to terms with it though, and spoke surprisingly optimistically in the comments, stating that although he wishes he had a few more months, it'd be awesome to go out on his own terms in a winter wonderland. He also said, quote,
Honestly,
"I plan on milking
same.
all the fun out of life as I can whilst living my dream. Better to die happy than to live sad is my motto." Sadly, his plan to spend the time he had left in the woods never transpired. Less than 2 months later, he posted a photo of himself in a hospital bed with the title, "Cancer took a turn, again." The post read, "So some of y'all may remember me, but I'm the kid that had a few months to live and then decided to go back into the woods. Well, that didn't work out. Ended up being hospitalised over a damn heart attack, so that's my little updates. Send y'all's prayers and y'all's best quotes to put on my grave, LMAO. No, this isn't for attention, just figured I'd give an update, y'all. Just out of respect, I blocked faces, including mine. I hate mine being on the internet for the most part." And that was the last post he ever made. Just 6 days later, his sister posted an update that was then shared on the Dead Redditors subreddit that read, "Hey y'all, this is Jake's sister. I don't know if he disclosed his name or anything, but he asked I post in here on his account when he passed, but he wanted y'all to know he'd truly appreciated y'all and loved y'all. He said to say the other day that he was going out on his own terms and drunk, and he damn well did that. He ripped a Benjamin multiple times and had a few drinks I snuck in before I left. I left around 8 and he passed at 8:26. I knew it was going to be the last time I saw him, but hey, he did what he loved, so..." Yeah. He also said to say to anyone who wants to raise a toast to beating cancer because he beat it on his own terms. Thank y'all so much for the support. Make the post a spoiler tag because I'm just funny like that. And by the way, I'll haunt y'all when the lights go out. Peace and love. It's good to know that Jake's final moments were probably as good as they could have been given the situation, and he managed to keep his sense of humour until the end. This story serves as a reminder to pursue your dreams as soon as you can. Don't wait around because you never know how much time you have left.
Definitely.
I want to finish this story with a comment on one of Jake's posts that I really hope he saw before he died. Quote, "80% of Americans live within 100 miles of where they grew up.
True.
Most never travel, never take risks, never break from the safety of what they know. You have probably lived more than most. It's not the years, it's the mileage. Indiana Jones. I hope this isn't the end of your adventure, but if it is, at least you've had one."
True.
Feeling Method 419, real name Derek, only ever made 2 posts on Reddit, though he may have used another account, as he does state.
Okay. Well, first off, it looks like the calculations I was trying to make are not working. So, let me try to fix that. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Well, no wonder it's not working. Like, how the heck what's it gonna work? Yeah, how was it going to work? Oh, okay, well. Y'all aren't seeing this, and that is totally fine because, honestly, I messed up. Like, no wonder it wasn't working. I messed up and I need to own it. Anyway, yeah, that story was, like, particularly sad. Yeah. I don't think this next one is gonna get better, but I'll watch anyway.
In one of the posts that he's using a throwaway. His first post was on the r/Volt subreddit with a photo of some tyres in the back of his car, and his final one was on the 9th of June 2025 on the skydiving subreddit titled "Banned from the local DZ." It read, "Throwaway account. I started base half a year before I started skydiving AFF, and thus have about 5:1 object to plane ratio. I was doing my AFF level 6 jump last week where I was jumping a new landing pattern, overshot, and had a low turn. The DZO pulled me aside and given my base antics and that low turn, banned me from jumping there and from his rigging services. There's about 4 other drop zones around, closest is about an hour away, compared to 20 to 30 minutes here, where I could finish my AFF, so that shouldn't be much of an issue. I know this is typically how people die, base without a brain, however it's what I've done. Feel free to roast me. Any tips on what I should do next or advice? I plan to get my license, go to my first base event later this year, and give it a year or so before I come back from exile. Blue skies. Edit, 12 skydives, 58 base jumps." For anyone like myself who isn't familiar with skydiving terminology, BASE is an acronym that stands for Buildings, Antennas, Spans and Earth, and it refers to when people jump from a fixed point rather than an aircraft. This is much more dangerous than normal skydiving because of the much lower altitudes that give divers less time to deploy their parachute and in turn less time to recover from a poor exit or equipment malfunction. There is also just a single parachute, so no backup if it fails, unlike skydiving in which people use 2. Because base jumping is much less regulated than skydiving, those who do it tend to be less experienced, as Derek inevitably was when he started. He'd only skydived 12 times, and you need to complete a minimum of 25 jumps to get certified. As he admitted in the post, he made a stupid mistake the most recent time he tried base jumping, and he even said, "I know this is typically how people die." If only he knew that should have been a warning to himself. In July 2025, there was a post on Dead Redditors that read, "Feeling Method 419, Derek, died base jumping recently. A few weeks before his death, he posted on r/skydiving about being banned from his local drop zone for pulling an unsafe move. Derek had started base jumping before he had even learned to properly skydive. For those who are unfamiliar, base jumping is extremely more high risk and dangerous than skydiving. The natural progression is to become an experienced skydiver, then moving your way into base, with many skydivers never even trying base because it's so risky. Derek ignored this advice and started base jumping first. His inexperience was evident to anyone with experience jumping, which I won't get into here. His antics got him banned from his skydiving drop zone. As you can see in the thread, many skydivers tried to get through to him on how dangerous his decisions were due to his complete inexperience. Unfortunately, he did not seem to take that advice to heart and ended up dying on a base jump. According to the base fatality list, he was jumping from an inadequate spot, relatively low antenna with lots of lines and a poor landing area. Paired with his inexperience operating/packing his chute, his demise seemed inevitable. The base fatality list website provides a few more details, the most shocking of which being that Derek was only 19 years old when he died, and the accident happened only 4 days after his final Reddit post. Here are the other details on the site. Derek's girlfriend reported him missing after not hearing from him for 6 hours and explained he went to jump an antenna by himself. He was found by search and rescue at the bottom of the antenna with partial canopy out. About the object. The object is a 190-foot tall antenna in the eastern foothills of San Jose. It is not beginner friendly by any means and may not be jumpable at all. It is supported by 3 guy wires and is surrounded by trees, fences, and power lines. There is one slopey open field to the southwest of the antenna that may be a viable landing zone. The structure has a lot of antennas mounted to it, making this object very snaggy. One such antenna extends 8 foot out of the structure towards the open field and sits 165 feet above the ground. The structure of the object may be too narrow to climb inside and lacks platform to stand on. Climbing it outside and setting up a static line while hanging from its side would be a significant added risk. 2 cameras point at the antenna. It is unclear at this point what direction and what height Derek jumped from. Derek had performed 12 skydives over the last 12 months and never graduated from AFF. Just 1 week before his death, Derek did one last skydive which ended with a very low 90+ degrees turn under canopy. He miraculously landed fine and got out of it uninjured. When the DZO and AFF instructors talked to him about how dangerous that last maneuver was, Derek seemed attentive and open to feedback. Regardless, he was banned from the DZ. Base jumping. It is unknown at this stage how exactly Derek had gotten access to a base rig. It appears that Derek had gotten into base jumping on his own with no mentor or specific training. It is suspected that he had been base jumping for several months and had performed approximately 59 base jumps. While he had learned a fair number of things through his own research, there were huge gaps in his theoretical knowledge and skills that he seemed oblivious to. Some examples are presented below. Objects choice. The objects Derek had chosen to jump off were inadequate for his experience level. Unforgiving bridges, low illegal antennas and cranes, etc. One such object is the Bixby Bridge, where he had multiple mishaps, including a cliff strike just a month before his death. The LZ at this bridge is surrounded with a creek and the ocean, which makes it a particularly dangerous object for someone who does not know how to swim like Derek. There are plenty of more forgiving objects that are better suited for learning to base jump, such as the Perrine Bridge in the US and the Kanfanar Bridge in Croatia, for example. Gear selection. Derek was jumping an older piece of equipment at a questionable wing loading, 0.56. He had been jumping without a tailgate until he was advised to use one. Deployment technique. Derek did not know how to pack a parachute and was exclusively performing unpacked jumps, especially rollovers. His rollovers were regularly performed under inadequate wind conditions, tailwind, and very poorly executed, off-axis front flip, line twists, toggle inadvertently unstowed, etc. Canopy piloting. Derek's canopy piloting skills were much too low for the objects he had chosen to jump. Lack of spatial awareness, poor landing accuracy, slow reaction time to toggles, etc. Derek took a packing class from a reputable base school just 1 week before he died. Upon inspection of Derek's rig, the base instructors caught 2 rigging mistakes related to line continuity. As can be seen in his jump videos, 2 risers are twisted. Derek received help with re-rigging his lines properly. The 3-ring assemblies were properly assembled and correctly oriented for this type of risers. Derek had lied about his lack of skydiving experience, and a lack of packing skills was apparent during the class. Derek was advised to be patient with packing and to go to the Perrine Bridge to get more experience. So Derek's death was entirely preventable, ideally by avoiding base jumping in the first place, but at least if he had more experience, he would have made better decisions. The site actually recommends doing at least 200 skydives before even attempting base jumping, yet Derek was only 19 years old and had done no more than 12 skydives. His death is tragic, but looking at the comments he made, it seems he always knew it could come with every jump he made, and he still chose to do it, so the only consolation is that he went out doing what he loved. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts in the comments, plus any topics you might like me to cover in the future. If you enjoyed the video, please consider liking and subscribing. Huge thank you to my Ko-fi members and channel members whose names are on screen now. I really appreciate your support. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time in a new video.
Alright, what to watch now? No, not that. Well, this is technically scary. Am I allowed to show this content? I really hate this song. I really hate this song. It's just like way too creepy.
They say luxury never dies, but at the Biltmore Hotel, something else refuses to leave. In the heart of Coral Gables, this grand monument of Florida elegance hides a secret on its 13th floor. The scent of cigar smoke still drifts through locked rooms. Elevators stop where no button was pressed. And doors slam with no wind, no hands, no warning. It all traces back to one man, Fadi Walsh, a mobster gunned down in his own suite nearly a century ago. Guests say he never checked out, and if you listen closely, you might still hear his laughter echoing through the halls. But the Biltmore Hotel isn't the only rabbit hole of haunting footage. There are 6 most disturbing internet rabbit holes. On April 3rd, 2017, an anonymous user posted something on 4chan that would haunt internet investigators for years. Buried in a conspiracy theory tier list was a single entry at the deepest level, the 2006 volleyball incident. What followed was a chilling claim that 17 to 24 people died at a high school volleyball game somewhere in Nebraska or the Dakotas, and almost nobody remembered it happening. The original poster described a trip to Mount Rushmore in 2006. At a Nebraska gas station, they saw a newspaper reporting shots fired at a small town 10 miles away. They heard about it again in South Dakota, then once more at a motel breakfast. Then silence. The incident supposedly faded from memory until years later, during a gaming session, when 2 other people claimed they remembered the same event. The poster ended with haunting words. 17 to 24 people died at once, and no one talks about it.
What?
The problem is simple and terrifying. There are no news reports, no archived articles, no official records. Nothing exists to prove this massacre ever happened.
Yo.
Searches turn up empty except for discussions about the mystery itself. For something that allegedly killed up to 24 people, the silence is deafening.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Theories spread quickly. Some suggested the Mandela effect, a mass misremembering of similar events from that time period. Others went darker, claiming government cover-ups and military assassinations gone wrong. The legend grew more elaborate with each retelling. Whispers emerged that footage existed somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet. Then in June 2024, YouTuber Mudahar from Some Ordinary Gamers discovered alleged photo snippets during a deep web browsing session. The images showed what appeared to be a high school gymnasium with VHS filter effects, red objects on the floor suggested to
Holy
be body
shit.
bags, and disturbing stains.
Oh, I
claimed to
really
be
do
blood.
not think I'm allowed to
One
like
image
show
bore the
this. What
marking
the fuck?
CBI not for release at the bottom. But investigators began tearing the images apart. The VHS filter was clearly added in post-production, and VHS cameras were rarely used by 2006. A Reddit user identified the gymnasium as Utica High School
It's
by
fucking
matching
crazy.
the wall patterns, flag placement, and red scoreboard with actual volleyball game footage from the school. The supposed body bags were simply gym bags. Error level analysis on the blood photograph revealed clear compression artifacts exclusively around the stained areas, proof of digital manipulation. The most puzzling image showed the lower quarters of 4 people with CBI not for release text.
Holy
Some
shit.
speculated this could reference the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, noting similarities to restricted Columbine shooting photographs.
Yeah.
If true, it would mean someone repurposed crime scene imagery from an actual tragedy to fabricate evidence for a fictional one. A
That's
post
crazy.
from September 27th, 2017 on the above top secret forum discussed creating a hoax about multiple
Yeah, that's
school
what I was
shootings
thinking
erased
when
from
they said
public
Colorado.
record. However, this appeared 5 months after the original 4chan post, suggesting someone was simply documenting discussions they had seen elsewhere, rather than admitting to creating the original hoax. What makes this legend particularly unsettling is its unfalsifiable nature. The entire premise is that there is no evidence. The story explains away its own lack of proof by claiming government interference. Yet almost nobody has actually come forward claiming to remember the incident firsthand beyond that original anonymous poster. The most likely explanation is that someone on 4chan in 2017 created an elaborate fiction, and years later, another person fabricated photographs to give the legend visual credibility. They took real images from Utica High School, added filters and fake blood, possibly incorporated restricted imagery from actual tragedies, and released them to fuel speculation. What
Like, what
remains
the
is a
fuck?
cautionary
Why
tale
would you
about the
do that?
digital age. In an era where information spreads instantly and conspiracy theories thrive, a single anonymous post can create a ghost story that feels real enough to haunt thousands of people. The 2006 volleyball incident never happened, but the legend of its existence has become its own kind of truth, a collective nightmare born from the darkest corners of internet culture, where fact and fiction blur until they become indistinguishable. Before we go any further, I just want to ask you for a small favor. If you're enjoying the video so far, please give it a like, and if you haven't subscribed yet, now's the perfect time. We recently hit 100,000 subscribers, and that's all thanks to you. Our 100K special surprise was revealed, and we had many positive responses from you. Our next goal is to hit 200K before the year ends. It feels impossible, but hey, it's free to dream, right? Also, there's a hidden word somewhere in this video for you. Let's see if you can find it. Now, back to the video. In the quiet town of Waterford, Pennsylvania, just south of Erie, stands a building that has become synonymous with the unexplainable. The Judson House, constructed in 1810 and expanded in 1820, serves as a museum of carefully preserved history. But according to countless witnesses, investigators, and even the museum's own staff, it preserves something far more unsettling than artifacts and antiques. The mansion was built by Amos Judson, a skilled cabinet maker and trader from Connecticut, who became one of Waterford's most prominent citizens. His woodworking expertise shows in every detail of the Greek Revival structure, from the flush siding to the fluted pilasters. Judson ran a successful trading store attached to the house and later purchased the adjacent Eagle Hotel, the town newspaper, and built a small empire before his death in the mid-1870s. After decades of disrepair, the property was preserved and sold to the Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission in 1945, eventually opening as a museum. What makes the Judson House unique among historical sites is what lies beneath it. The property sits directly on the grounds of 3 former forts, including Fort Le Boeuf, where French and British soldiers fought, died, and were buried during the colonial era. Archaeological excavations have uncovered large chunks of wood charcoal relating directly to the fiery demise of these military outposts. The ground beneath the museum is essentially a forgotten burial site, and according to local paranormal investigators, that history has never truly settled. Museum volunteers began noticing something strange years ago. Visitors would compliment them on the period reenactors walking through the building, praising the Historical Society for creating such an immersive experience. The problem was simple and chilling. There were no reenactors scheduled.
Crazy.
Staff members would search the premises after these reports, finding the building completely empty, except for themselves. The comments became so frequent that volunteers simply learned to brush them off, even as the descriptions of soldiers in period military uniforms became more detailed and consistent. Heidi Longstreet of the Waterford Historical Society has worked at the museum for years and knows its reputation well. She told local news that ghost hunters from across the tri-state area consistently report encountering an angry male presence in what they now call the fort room. The room sits directly above the old fort burial grounds, and the energy there is palpable even to skeptics. During one investigation, a paranormal team experienced something that left even hardened skeptics shaken. Using thermal cameras and structured light sensor technology, they visually mapped and recorded the thermal outline of a human figure seated in an empty chair. The figure appeared on their equipment, but was invisible to the naked eye. The experience was described as unforgettable and unmatched. Bill Cook, an investigator with the Pennsylvania Society of Paranormal Research, spent extensive time in the Judson house alongside fellow investigator Kate McKnight. Using electronic voice phenomenon equipment, they captured disembodied sounds and voices responding directly to their questions. In one particularly unsettling moment captured on video, Cook asked a spirit to take it off, and his digital recorder immediately registered a response in the fort room. The activity isn't limited to one area. Throughout the building, investigators have documented K2-meter spikes indicating electromagnetic field fluctuations, unexplained temperature drops, and equipment activating without human contact. In footage from multiple investigations, EMF detectors light up in sequence, climbing from green to orange to red as if something unseen is deliberately manipulating the devices to communicate.
Sam.
One investigator captured what appeared to be direct communication when their equipment displayed the name Sam, just moments after hearing the name called out in an empty room. The timing was too precise to dismiss, and the footage shows genuine shock on the faces of everyone present. The spiritual activity seems to involve several distinct entities. Investigators report encountering long-lost soldiers, shadowy figures that move through rooms, and even playful children. The children's presence is particularly poignant given the building's history. Amos Judson's family lived in the house for generations, and like many families of that era, they experienced the tragedy of child mortality. Dating back to Amos Judson's lifetime, close friends and family claimed to experience odd sensations throughout the mansion. At the time, no one wanted to speak publicly about these experiences. Only after Amos had passed did these individuals feel safe enough to share what they had witnessed. Heidi Longstreet's perspective on the haunting is perhaps the most telling. Despite the documented paranormal activity, she describes the presence as comforting rather than threatening. "Sometimes when you're in here, it feels like you're not alone," she explained to reporters. "But it's not scary or demonic. It actually feels comforting sometimes, because you feel like you're not alone." That sense of presence permeates every corner of the building. In the original kitchen with its period stove, in the rooms displaying clothing and shoes from centuries past, in the narrow hallways and steep staircases, visitors report the unmistakable feeling of being watched. Footsteps echo when no one is walking. Doors open and close. Objects move from where they were carefully placed. Some researchers believe the paranormal activity intensified after an old cemetery was desecrated long ago, possibly creating what locals describe as a curse or a lifted veil between worlds in this area. Whether curse or simply unfinished business, something keeps these spirits tethered to the Judson house. The building's history reads like a timeline of American expansion. Built on Native American land, fought over by French and British forces, witness to the birth of a nation and the growth of a frontier town, the Judson house contains layers of human experience soaked into its very foundation. Perhaps what investigators are documenting isn't haunting in the traditional sense, but rather an echo of all that history refusing to be forgotten. Paranormal investigation teams continue to request access to the property, and the Fort LeBoeuf Historical Society has learned to accommodate the steady stream of researchers armed with thermal cameras, EMF detectors, spirit boxes, and audio recorders. Each investigation yields new evidence, new voices captured on digital recordings, new figures appearing in photographs where no living person stood. The Judson House operates as a museum during regular hours, open to the public from May 1st through October 31st each year. Visitors can tour the carefully preserved rooms, examine the artifacts, and learn about Amos Judson's remarkable life. But they might experience something more than a history lesson. They might catch a glimpse of a soldier standing in the fort room, hear footsteps on the stairs when they're alone, or feel that unmistakable sensation of being watched by eyes they cannot see. In Waterford, Pennsylvania, the past isn't just preserved behind glass cases and museum displays. According to everyone who has spent time in the Judson house after dark, the past is still very much alive, still walking the halls, still unwilling or unable to move on. The question isn't whether the building is haunted. The evidence has long since answered that. The real question is why these spirits remain, and what they're trying so desperately to communicate to the living who dare to listen. On January 20th, 2016, firefighters responding to a house fire on Van Ness Avenue in central Fresno, California, made a horrific discovery. Behind heavily secured gates and barricaded doors, they found 51-year-old John Lang unconscious in his kitchen. His body bore multiple stab wounds to the chest and abdomen. The house was deliberately set ablaze. He was pronounced dead at the hospital shortly after. 4 days earlier, Lang had posted a chilling message on Facebook. "If anything happens to me in the next day or two, it will be the result of Fresno PD, my neighbor, and an employee at my job Payless Brakes and Tires on Blackstone." The next day, January 16th, he shared surveillance footage of a suspicious van parked outside his home. "If I turn up missing or dead tomorrow, remember this van," he wrote. "I think I saw a couple of guys sneak out the side door and into the building when it was parked in the carport this afternoon." Hours later, another post appeared on his Facebook page, asking people to protect themselves if they saw people with guns. 3 days after that final warning, John Lang was dead. The Fresno County Sheriff Coroner's Office would eventually rule his death a suicide, stating the stab wounds were self-inflicted and the actual cause of death was smoke inhalation from the fire. The ruling satisfied almost no one who knew Lang's story. John Lang was not a criminal. He had no arrest record. He was a Marine Corps veteran, a small business owner, and a concerned citizen who became increasingly vocal about what he believed was systemic corruption within the Fresno Police Department. His activism began simply enough, with comments posted on the Fresno Bee newspaper's website regarding local government and law enforcement activities. But what he discovered would consume the final years of his life and possibly lead to his death. In early 2015, Lang uncovered what he described as a license plate scanning scam being conducted by Fresno police officers. He claimed that officers would scan license plates of vehicles parked in retail store parking lots like Save Mart, Vons, and Home Depot, specifically targeting lower-income neighborhoods. After collecting hits of violations, officers would then pull these unsuspecting drivers over a few blocks away in marked police vehicles, claiming they had simply come across their vehicle through routine driving patrols. Lang himself had been a victim of this practice. The stress of dealing with the legal consequences from these manufactured traffic stops contributed to the destruction of his marriage. When he attempted to expose this scheme by posting anonymously on the Fresno Bee website, his information was allegedly leaked to law enforcement. According to later reports, a Fresno Bee reporter named Judy Murray passed his IP address and personal information to Sergeant Jared L. McCormick of the Fresno County Sheriff's Office. What followed was a 7-year campaign of harassment that Lang meticulously documented through surveillance cameras, diary entries, and social media posts. He installed a comprehensive security system around his entire property, gating it completely and recording everything that happened outside his home. The footage he captured and uploaded to his YouTube channel, Lang Marine, is deeply unsettling. The videos show marked Fresno Police Department vehicles repeatedly parking outside his residence for extended periods. Unmarked vans with government plates cruise slowly past his house. White service vans appear in his neighborhood with suspicious frequency. In one particularly disturbing video, Lang captured what appeared to be a van equipped with thermal imaging equipment pulling up outside his home, seemingly checking to see if he was inside. Lang believed the police were not just surveilling him, but actively attempting to frame him for crimes. In his writings, he claimed that officers had illegally entered his home on multiple occasions, breaking in while he was away to plant evidence and copy his computer hard drives. He wrote about finding his door busted, his personal computer and printer damaged or broken. The alleged frame-up attempts escalated to accusations of child pornography possession, a charge Lang vehemently denied and believed was part of a coordinated effort to destroy his credibility and put him in prison. In his diary entries, he wrote extensively about what he perceived as a conspiracy involving not just police, but also recruited civilians willing to perjure themselves in exchange for reduced sentences on their own criminal cases. He named specific individuals he believed were part of this plot, including people with criminal records who had made his acquaintance seemingly by design. On March 25, 2015, Lang filed a complaint with the Fresno Police Department's Internal Affairs Bureau. 2 days later, he received a voicemail from Sergeant Sean Biggs of the Internal Affairs Department stating he had questions for Lang. Rather than alleviating the harassment, Lang claimed the Internal Affairs complaint only intensified the intimidation tactics being used against him. In his writings, Lang connected his targeting to a larger pattern within Fresno law enforcement. He referenced allegations of a sex scandal involving Fresno Police Chief Jerry Dyer and a 16-year-old girl, claiming that anyone who publicly discussed or accused Dyer regarding this alleged scandal found themselves in legal trouble within a few years. Anyone who has ever talked publicly about, accused, or discussed Jerry Dyer's supposed sex scandal with that 16-year-old girl has found themselves in some type of legal peril within a few short years. Lang wrote, "And with this letter I have for certain signed my death warrant with Fresno LE." Lang's fears were not entirely unfounded when viewed in the context of Fresno's controversial law enforcement history. In 2014, Fresno Police Chief Jerry Dyer traveled to Israel to study their technology for monitoring the Palestinian population. By 2016, Fresno became the first U.S. city to implement software that monitored all citizens continuously and assigned them threat rankings.
And that's the entire point of the state of Israel. The entire point. It's not because of supposed Jewish homeland, because there has been I guess an indigenous Jewish population there. When that's actually indigenous, not, settlers. So that was the point, to serve as a training ground for the American military-industrial complex. That's why Israel is also involved in Sudan and the Congo, for a lot of the same reasons.
The program, called Beware, profiled local activists and categorized them in the same threat category as violent criminals. In 2015, it came to light that Fresno police had officially labeled the Black Lives Matter protest movement as a threat. Chief Dyer stated that all people who participated in protests against the police would be documented and their information stored in a database, warning they could be arrested in the future if they participated in protests against the Fresno Police Department. These revelations drew criticism from civil rights organizations and even prompted the United Nations to compare such tactics to those used by totalitarian regimes. The Cato Institute, a policy research think tank, identified Fresno as ranking at the top among all American cities for police misconduct in 2010. That same year, another independent study found Fresno was the worst California city for lack of transparency. The Wall Street Journal questioned whether Fresno County law enforcement had its priorities mixed up between revenue generation and actually protecting the public. As January 2016 progressed, Lang's Facebook posts became increasingly desperate and paranoid, though whether this paranoia was justified remains hotly debated. On January 13th, he shared a conversation explaining why he believed Fresno police were stalking him, reiterating his discovery of the license plate scanning scam. He wrote, "I simply voice my opinion regarding local government and politics on local blogs. I also discovered local law enforcement had been running a license plate scanning scam." By January 15th, just 5 days before his death, Lang was posting urgent warnings. He believed corrupt Fresno police were going to try to kill him that weekend. Possibly that very night, he reached out to fellow activists, asking them to come stay with him for protection. No one came. When firefighters found him on January 20th, he was alone in his barricaded home, his body bearing stab wounds the coroner would later determine were self-inflicted. His house engulfed in flames.
What the fuck?
Officials initially described as suspicious. The Fresno County Sheriff Coroner's Office released their final report on May 25, 2016. The official cause of death was inhalation of smoke and soot due to the fire, with multiple stab wounds listed as a contributing factor. The wounds were determined to be self-inflicted. According to the autopsy report, Lang had high levels of carbon monoxide in his system, along with 3 superficial stab wounds to the chest area. Notably, the report stated there were no stab wounds to the back, contrary to what had been initially reported by some media outlets. The suicide ruling did little to quiet the controversy surrounding Lang's death. Local activists and independent media outlets questioned how someone could stab themselves multiple times and then set their own house on fire. The international hacktivist group Anonymous took notice, publicly targeting Fresno city representatives and threatening to take down the city's website, declaring that John Lang will not be forgotten. Dylan Donnelly of Fresno People's Media documented Lang's final warnings and noted he had been a frequent poster in activist communities and was well known to many in Fresno's social justice circles. In his reporting, Donnelly included extensive diary entries from Lang that painted a picture of a man who had been under sustained psychological pressure for years. In one particularly poignant diary entry, Lang wrote, "I deeply regret some of the things I said, but I never insulted anyone. Everything I stated was true, even though it may have been embarrassing for some. Other commenters were rude and directed personal attacks toward the chief and sheriff. I admonished those posters and defended the chief and sheriff on many occasions. Doesn't this count for anything? The tragedy of John Lang's story is that it remains unresolved in the minds of those who followed his activism. Was he a whistleblower murdered for exposing corruption, his death covered up by the very forces he had been investigating? Or was he a man who succumbed to paranoia and mental illness, his fears amplified by years of perceived persecution, until he took his own life in a final desperate act? The surveillance footage he captured is real. The vans, the police cars, the suspicious vehicles outside his home all appear in videos that can still be viewed online. Whether they represent coordinated harassment or routine police presence in a neighborhood near the Fresno Police Officers Association building, which was located just 2 blocks from Lang's home, depends entirely on perspective. What remains undeniable is that John Lang predicted his own death with eerie accuracy, and that the circumstances of that death, regardless of the official ruling, were deeply disturbing. A man barricaded inside his own home, stabbed multiple times, his house intentionally set on fire, dying alone despite having warned the world that this exact scenario might unfold. His YouTube channel, Lang Marine, still exists as a digital monument to his final years. The 17 videos he posted show a man living in genuine fear, documenting what he believed was systematic harassment by law enforcement. Whether that fear was justified or delusional, the terror in those videos is palpable and real. The Fresno Police Department never reopened the investigation. No one was ever charged in connection with Lang's death. The license plate scanning allegations were never officially investigated or substantiated. The case was closed, ruled a suicide, and filed away. But John Lang's story refuses to die. It circulates through activist networks, true crime communities, and conspiracy forums as a cautionary tale about what happens when ordinary citizens attempt to expose police corruption. It serves as either evidence of a massive cover-up or as a tragic example of how paranoia and mental illness can destroy a life. The truth, like Lang himself, remains buried somewhere between official narrative and conspiracy theory, in that shadowy space where corruption and paranoia become indistinguishable from one another. Slamming door. In Coral Gables, Florida, just minutes from downtown Miami, the Biltmore Hotel rises 15 stories into the southern sky. Its distinctive tower, modeled after the Giralda in Seville, Spain, once held the title of Florida's tallest building when it opened in January 1926. For nearly a century, this Mediterranean revival masterpiece has hosted presidents, celebrities, and the extraordinarily wealthy. But according to countless guests, staff members, and paranormal investigators, the living are not the only ones who refuse to check out. The hotel was the brainchild of 2 ambitious men. George Merrick, founder of Coral Gables, envisioned a city of architectural perfection. John McEntee Bowman, a New York hotel magnate, saw opportunity in Florida's roaring 20s land boom. Together they created what quickly became the crown jewel of South Florida luxury. The Duke and Duchess of Windsor vacationed there. Judy Garland, Bing Crosby, and Ginger Rogers graced its ballrooms. Al Capone made it one of his favorite retreats. By the late 1920s, the Biltmore wasn't just a hotel, it was the place to see and be seen. But wealth and glamour have always attracted darker elements. During Prohibition, the Biltmore's 13th floor became something else entirely. The entire floor was leased under a name that may not have been real, Carl Gaylord, and transformed into an illegal speakeasy and casino. 6 rooms were converted into gambling dens where fashionably dressed guests would arrive via the hotel's original elevator. Drinks flowing and dice rolling through the humid Florida nights. Hotel workers noticed the procession of well-dressed patrons making their way to and from that floor. But in the era of Prohibition, asking too many questions could be dangerous. Thomas Walsh was a New York mobster who went by the nickname Foddy. He had worked as a bodyguard for Arnold Rothstein, the legendary gambler and crime boss known as the Brain, who mentored an entire generation of Prohibition-era gangsters. When Rothstein was murdered in 1928, Walsh was among those brought in for questioning. Alongside Lucky Luciano and Jack Legs Diamond, he was released, claiming he had quit working for Rothstein 2 weeks before the murder because Rothstein was too cheap. By early 1929, Foddy Walsh had relocated to Florida and was running the casino operation on the Biltmore's 13th floor, alongside fellow gangsters Edward Wilson and Arthur Clark. The suite they operated from was lavish even by Biltmore standards, with high ceilings, a grand fireplace, and enough space to accommodate the steady stream of high rollers looking to gamble away their fortunes. On the night of March 7, 1929, as a trio of musicians played Alexander's ragtime band, Walsh and Wilson got into an argument. The dispute was most likely over money, though accounts vary. Wilson walked away from the argument, and Walsh sat down on a sofa with his back to his partner. Without warning, Wilson stood up, drew a .38 caliber revolver, and fired 3 shots. 2 bullets struck Walsh. The third hit Arthur Clark, who had rushed forward trying to intervene. When police arrived at 12:45 in the morning, they found the floor completely deserted except for Walsh's body and Clark lying wounded on the floor, groaning. The door to the suite stood open. The green baize of the card tables was splattered with blood. Guests and staff had fled in terror the moment the gunshots rang out. A bullet hole was left in the massive fireplace where Walsh died, and according to those who have stayed in what is now called the Everglades Suite, or sometimes the Al Capone Suite, that bullet hole can still be seen today, more than 90 years later. Clark survived his wounds but refused to speak to police. When asked about Walsh, he would only say, "I don't care to talk." A warrant was issued for Edward Wilson's arrest, but nothing came of it. Word circulated that Wilson had fled to Cuba, along with rumors that the actual shooter might have been a hitman known as Potatoes Joe Pateo. Some even suggested Al Capone's involvement. The day after the murder, a lawyer named Fred Pine burst into the county jail, requesting the names of everyone in custody, claiming he was there on a blanket assignment from an anonymous client to represent anyone arrested in connection with Walsh's death. Walsh's body was eventually sent back to New York, where hundreds of mourners, including a large ensemble of criminal types and plenty of law enforcement officers, attended his elaborate funeral on March 12, 1929. The local press noted that Walsh had lived by the gun and died by it. Arthur Clark, after viewing the corpse at the funeral home, groaned, "He was shot down like a dog. He never had a chance." Back at the Biltmore, something strange began happening almost immediately. Staff members reported unusual activity on the 13th floor. Lights would flicker on and off without anyone touching the switches. The distinct scent of ozone would sometimes follow these electrical disturbances, prompting maintenance calls that resulted in no problems being found. Doors opened and closed on their own. Some female guests reported smelling cigar smoke in unoccupied sections of the hotel, the kind of expensive cigars Fadi Walsh was known to favor. The elevator became a source of particular unease. Guests would press the button for their floor, only to have the elevator inexplicably stop on the 13th floor instead. The doors would open and remain open, as if waiting for someone to board. This was especially strange because the 13th floor suite requires a special keycard for access. The elevator should not stop there at all, unless specifically summoned by someone with authorization. One of the most frequently reported incidents involves a married couple staying on the 4th floor. The husband pressed the elevator button, and they both stepped inside. The wife intended to get off on the 4th floor, but when the doors opened, they had been taken to the 13th floor instead. Confused, the woman stepped out to investigate. The elevator doors suddenly slammed shut behind her, and the elevator shot downward with her husband still inside. He frantically sought help from staff, and when they returned to the 13th floor, they found the woman terrified. She told them she had heard someone walking around in the shadows, talking and laughing. She smelled cigar smoke. The bellhop who retrieved her explained the history of Fadi Walsh's murder and the casino. The couple spent the rest of their vacation exploring local malls rather than the hotel's interior. During the 1970s, when the building sat vacant and decaying, a seance was conducted on the 13th floor. Contact with Walsh was allegedly established through one of the mediums. The entity claiming to be Fadi explained why and how he died, providing details of the murder scene that had never been released to the press. When retired police chief William Garrett Kimbrough heard the tapes from the seance, he was shocked by the accuracy. The activity intensified during the hotel's major renovation in the 1980s. Workers reported that Walsh seemed particularly active during this period, constantly moving their tools and equipment. Paranormal investigator Richard Weiner had predicted Walsh would be especially responsive during the restoration, and construction crews confirmed his assessment. They would place tools in one location only to find them moved to another. Lights turned on in areas where the electrical work hadn't yet been completed. The sound of footsteps echoed through empty corridors. When the Biltmore reopened in 1987, after a $55 million restoration, the ghost stories became part of the hotel's identity. George Warren, who served as a midnight security guard in the Old Country Club section for 5 years, meticulously documented unexplainable events. Alarms would sound with no one present. His video monitors repeatedly showed fresh wheelchair marks appearing on carpets that were clean when he physically checked them moments later. Waitresses working in the hotel's restaurants have experienced doors to the dining areas opening for them when their hands are full of plates and dishes, as if an invisible gentleman is holding the door open. Staff attribute this courtesy to Fadi, who was known for his charm with women when alive. An unseen finger has been reported writing the word "boo-oh" on fogged bathroom mirrors in the suite. During authorized paranormal investigations, EVP recordings have captured the sound of heavy breathing and loud sighs following investigators around the 13th floor. But Walsh is not the only spirit haunting the Biltmore. During World War II, the hotel was converted into the Army Air Force's regional hospital. The once glamorous halls echoed with the sounds of medical equipment and the groans of wounded soldiers. Many veterans died within the building during these years. Medical students from the University of Miami trained there, and at one point, cadavers were stored in the basement for the medical school. Paranormal investigators believe this concentration of death and suffering created conditions for multiple hauntings. Guests and staff report seeing soldiers in period military uniforms walking the hallways. Visitors have complimented the Historical Society on their reenactors, only to be told there are no reenactors scheduled. Staff members search the premises after these sightings and find the building empty except for themselves. The descriptions of these soldiers are detailed and consistent, down to the specific era of their uniforms. A young mother and her 3-year-old son also haunt the property. According to hotel history, the child climbed up on the balcony railing of their high-rise tower suite. The mother rushed to save him, but fell to her death in the attempt. Her spirit is believed to wander the grounds in a sheer black or gray 1940s-style dress, still searching for her son, uncertain whether he survived. Another tragic spirit involves a woman caught in bed with her lover by her husband. The enraged husband killed them both. Marital infidelity as a motive for murder was disturbingly common during the hotel's early decades, and the psychic imprint of such violent emotion apparently lingers. In February 2019, YouTube investigators Sam Goldbach and Colby Brock brought their paranormal investigation series to the Biltmore. Accompanied by friends Corey Scherer and Jake Weber, they spent the night in the presidential suite, which spans the 10th and 11th floors. These are considered the most actively haunted floors after the 13th. The Black Dahlia, Elizabeth Short, was last seen at the Biltmore's downtown Los Angeles location before her murder in 1947, and her ghost has been reported on these floors at multiple Biltmore properties. Throughout their investigation, Sam and Colby experienced phenomena they had never encountered before. They heard loud thuds and unexplained noises. At one point, they heard what sounded like a piano playing. When they rushed upstairs, they found the piano cover open, though it had been closed earlier. During a seance conducted in the suite, they asked for a sign from any entities present. According to their footage, all the candles in the room suddenly blew out simultaneously with a strong wind, despite no windows being open and no one else being in the room. The most disturbing moment of their investigation involved Jake Weber. During the seance, something seemed to change in Jake's demeanor. Viewers analyzing the footage noted that just before the candles extinguished, Jake lifted his head in an unnatural way. Some claimed his eyes appeared to glow red in certain frames. Both Corey and Jake later confirmed they noticed something strange about Jake's eyes during that moment. The incident was so unsettling that it became one of the most discussed moments in Sam and Colby's paranormal investigation career. Other paranormal investigation teams have documented similar experiences. The Paranormal Files, another YouTube channel, spent a night at the Biltmore and captured what they described as poltergeist activity on camera. Doors slammed without explanation. EMF detectors spiked with no identifiable electromagnetic source. Thermal cameras registered temperature anomalies that suggested the presence of something that wasn't there moments before. The 13th floor suite, now a luxury accommodation that can be rented for approximately $1,500 per night, continues to be the epicenter of paranormal reports. Guests who stay there do so knowing the history. Some hope for an encounter. Others are simply drawn by the suite's undeniable beauty. The 2-story layout with its grand piano, massive fireplace with Walsh's bullet hole still visible, dining room table and sweeping views of Coral Gables. Linda Spitzer, who told ghost stories in the Biltmore's lobby every Thursday night starting in 1994, found that her best material came from the hotel guests themselves. People would approach her after her presentations with their own experiences. They had seen figures that shouldn't be there. They had heard voices in empty rooms. They had felt presence watching them from darkened doorways. The accumulation of these first-hand accounts created a body of evidence that even skeptics found difficult to dismiss entirely. Today, the Biltmore operates as a National Historic Landmark and luxury resort. It hosts weddings, golf tournaments, and corporate events. The lobby is bright and welcoming. The pool, once the largest in the world, sparkles in the Florida sun. Tour guides mention the ghost stories with a knowing smile, careful not to frighten away potential guests but acknowledging what countless people have experienced within these walls. Security footage from modern cameras occasionally captures anomalies that staff cannot explain. Motion sensors trigger in empty hallways. The original elevator still sometimes stops on the 13th floor without being summoned, its doors opening to reveal nothing but an empty corridor and the faint scent of expensive cigar smoke. Fadi Walsh loved the Biltmore. In life, he ran his empire from the 13th floor suite, hosting wild parties and risky gambling sessions for Miami's elite and underworld figures alike. He died violently in that same suite, shot in the back by a partner he trusted. According to everyone from hotel staff, to paranormal investigators, to everyday guests, Fadi never left. He remains on the 13th floor, playing pranks, opening doors for pretty waitresses, inviting guests to visit his suite via mysteriously malfunctioning elevators, and generally making his presence known to anyone willing to pay attention. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, something undeniably happens at the Biltmore Hotel. Doors slam without wind. Elevators stop on floors they shouldn't access. Lights flicker without electrical explanation. Voices echo in empty spaces. And on the 13th floor of that magnificent Spanish-inspired tower, the spirit of a murdered gangster apparently refuses to accept that his time at Florida's most glamorous hotel has ended. At 4:14 in the morning, on December 8, 2000, a security camera outside a Bank of Ireland ATM on Haddington Road captured 22-year-old Trevor Deely walking home from his office Christmas party. He carried a promotional golf umbrella to shield himself from the heavy rain. He wore a yellow and brown shirt and beige cord trousers. He was heading toward his apartment on Serpentine Avenue in Ballsbridge, just a short walk away. That grainy footage would become the last confirmed sighting of Trevor. He has never been seen or heard from again. Trevor was the youngest of 4 children, born to Michael and Anne Deely in Naas, County Kildare, standing 6'3" with reddish blonde hair and green eyes. He had a thin build and a distinctive walk, moving with his arms straight down at his sides. He wasn't particularly academic or athletic, but he had an affinity for math and was described by everyone who knew him as easygoing and friendly. After dropping out of business school during his second year at Waterford Institute of Technology, Trevor found work in the IT department at Bank of Ireland Asset Management on Leeson Street in Dublin. His manager later described him as a good guy and a hard worker. The night of December 7th began innocently enough. Trevor attended his office Christmas party at the Hilton Hotel on Charlemont Place, before heading to Buck Whaley's nightclub with colleagues. He left the club around 3:25 in the morning. A taxi strike and the relentless rain meant he had to walk. Instead of heading directly home, Trevor decided to stop at his office to pick up an umbrella and handle some tasks for his shift the next day. At approximately 3:35 a.m., surveillance cameras at the rear entrance of the Bank of Ireland Asset Management building captured something deeply unsettling. Trevor is seen speaking with an unknown man dressed entirely in black. The figure stands near the gate, partially obscured by shadows. The conversation appears brief. Trevor then enters the building through the back gate, while the man in black waits outside. Inside the office, Trevor encountered his coworker Carl Pender. The two spoke briefly before Trevor grabbed the promotional umbrella and left. At 4:06 a.m., Trevor left a voicemail for his friend Glenn Cullen, saying he was on his way home and would talk to him later. His voice sounded normal. There was no indication of distress. 8 minutes later, the Bank of Ireland ATM camera captured Trevor walking past on Haddington Road, umbrella in hand. Approximately 31 seconds after Trevor passes, the same camera captures another figure walking in the same direction. The person is dressed in dark clothing and appears to be following Trevor at a distance. That footage, grainy and distorted by the limitations of VHS technology from 2000, would haunt investigators and Trevor's family for more than 2 decades. The man in black became the focus of intense speculation. Was he following Trevor? Was he the same person who had spoken to Trevor outside the office? What happened in those final moments after Trevor walked out of frame? Trevor's disappearance wasn't immediately noticed. His colleagues assumed he was absent from work on Friday because he was tired after the party. His flatmates were away for the weekend. It wasn't until Monday, December 11th, when Trevor failed to show up for work that a colleague realized no one had seen him. Human Resources was notified. His family was contacted. The horrifying truth set in. Trevor Deserty had vanished. The Gardaí, Ireland's national police force, launched an investigation. They quickly obtained the CCTV footage showing Trevor's final movements. The video of the man in black became central to the case. In 2016, after years of the case sitting cold, the Gardaí reopened the investigation. Using enhanced digital technology, they cleaned up the grainy footage. In April 2017, they announced they believed the man following Trevor on Haddington Road was the same person who had spoken to him outside his office. A reward of €100,000 was offered for information. In August 2017, an anonymous tipster came forward with a chilling account. The informant claimed Trevor had been murdered by a member of a local gang involved in drugs and prostitution. According to this source, the man following Trevor wanted access to the Bank of Ireland building and believed Trevor could get him inside. When Trevor couldn't or wouldn't help, the man allegedly shot him. The tipster claimed Trevor's body was buried in Chapelizod, a secluded 3-acre wooded area roughly 8 kilometers from where he was last seen. Detective Inspector Paul Costello called it the most significant search operation since Trevor's disappearance. As many as 20 Gardaí officers and sniffer dogs spent weeks excavating the Chapelizod site. They found a gun and drugs, but investigators determined these were unrelated to Trevor's case, describing the location as a stash area for criminals. No human remains were discovered. The search was called off in September 2017. Throughout the investigation, Trevor's family maintained hope while accepting the likely reality of his death. Michael Deely, Trevor's father, took 6 months off work following his son's disappearance. His office overlooked the canal near where Trevor was last seen. It couldn't have been worse from that point of view. He told reporters, "You were reminded every day and every hour when you went out." Ann Deely and Trevor's siblings traveled to Alaska, where Trevor had visited a girl he'd met just weeks before his disappearance, hoping the trip might be connected. It wasn't. The girl explained she had tried to discourage Trevor from visiting because she was too busy, but he came anyway and enjoyed exploring Alaska. In December 2023, nearly 23 years after Trevor vanished, Mark Deely announced a breakthrough that was simultaneously hopeful and devastating. Advances in CCTV enhancement technology allowed experts to finally identify the man in black walking behind Trevor on Haddington Road. The Garda contacted this person and comprehensively ruled him out of their investigation. More significantly, they determined this man was not the same person Trevor had spoken to outside his office. That individual remains unidentified to this day. Mark Deely described the revelation as bittersweet. "You think you're going someplace," he told reporters. "And then, as I said to one guard, God, that puts us nearly straight back to square one straight away." The family still has no theory about what happened to Trevor. "We're totally open-minded," Mark explained. "The truth is, as daft as it might sound, he's as likely to walk in the door in the morning as he is be found dead. We've no information whatsoever." The case is complicated by several factors. The area where Trevor disappeared was known for gang activity and prostitution in 2000. US President Bill Clinton visited Ireland just 2 days after Trevor went missing, and his security team conducted sweeps of the area, emptying dumpsters and trash cans. Some believe critical evidence may have been inadvertently destroyed. Additionally, in 2000, CCTV footage was recorded on VHS tapes that were frequently recorded over. There may have been additional footage of Trevor and his apparent stalker that was lost forever. Trevor's phone continued to ring for several days after his disappearance. When family members called, an expert confirmed this would not have been possible if the phone had been underwater, effectively ruling out the theory that Trevor had fallen into the nearby canal and drowned. Despite this, Garda Sub-Aqua teams searched the River Dodder and the Grand Canal. Draining the canal for a more thorough search was deemed impossible because it would pose risks to surrounding buildings. In 2019, the Irish Prison Service, Crime Stoppers, and the Garda began displaying posters in prisons as part of the hashtag #WhereIsTrevor campaign. The family hoped someone with knowledge might come forward in exchange for leniency on their own charges. So far, this approach has yielded no results. On National Missing Persons Day in December 2023, Mark Deely stood at Croke Park alongside families of other missing persons. He urged the public to examine the CCTV images still available online. There is a character lurking in the background up against the wall and gate, he said. He is the only individual we haven't yet identified all this time later. It is one thing we would definitely like to know. The footage remains as haunting today as it was 24 years ago. Trevor walking alone in the rain at 4 in the morning, umbrella in hand, just trying to get home. The shadowy figure dressed in black, standing against the gate, speaking with him about something unknown. The second figure follows 31 seconds behind on Haddington Road. Then nothing. Nobody. No witnesses. No answers. Just a family that has spent nearly a quarter century wondering what happened in those final moments after their son, brother, and friend walked out of frame and into oblivion. Trevor's case remains open and active. His family continues to fight for answers, refusing to let his name fade into obscurity. Michael Dilly emphasized that their parents deserve closure. The disappearance of Trevor Dilly stands as one of Ireland's most enduring mysteries, a case where modern surveillance technology captured the final moments of a young man's life, but cannot tell us what happened next, or why a 22-year-old IT worker on his way home from a Christmas party simply vanished from the streets of Dublin and was never seen again. At 2:32 in the morning on July 30th, 2015, surveillance cameras inside a Valero gas station at 3601 North Dixie Highway in Pompano Beach, Florida, captured 25-year-old Stephen McCrell stumbling slightly as he browsed the snack aisle. He pointed at something, his hand in his pocket, appearing intoxicated but functional. Outside those same cameras, recorded something far more disturbing. McCrell got into a heated argument with occupants of a silver sedan. His mother Astrid would later describe what happened next. There, he had a conversation with some people in a car. She told reporters. And those people, they left and my son threw a can toward the car. The silver sedan left the gas station. Stephen got into his white 2013 Ford Fusion with Florida license plate WJ70L and drove away. Additional surveillance footage captured what police and his family believe is the critical moment. The silver sedan followed Stephen's car as he pulled out of the gas station. That was the last time anyone saw Stephen McCrell alive. For 10 years, his family would search desperately for answers. On October 2nd, 2025, those answers finally came from the dark waters of a Boca Raton pond. Stephen was a professional poker dealer at Gulfstream Park in Hollandale Beach. He lived with his parents Donald and Astrid McCrell in Fort Lauderdale. He had a 1-year-old daughter named Skylar with his girlfriend Alicia Carr. By all accounts, Stephen was in good spirits the night he vanished. He had spent the evening of July 29th at Lucky's Tavern in downtown Fort Lauderdale with one of his brothers and friends. Around 1:30 in the morning, Stephen and his friends left the bar but decided the night wasn't over yet. They agreed to meet up in the parking lot of a nearby Walgreens on Broward Boulevard and 7th Avenue to figure out their next move. Each went to retrieve their respective cars. Stephen never arrived at that Walgreens. His friends waited, confused at first, then concerned. When they couldn't reach him, they assumed he had changed his mind and gone home. But Stephen didn't come home either. His parents weren't immediately worried when they didn't hear from him on Thursday. When Friday came and Stephen failed to show up for work, they knew something was terribly wrong. Stephen was reliable. He didn't miss work. He didn't disappear without explanation. Fort Lauderdale police launched an investigation. They traced Stephen's credit card activity and discovered he had made a purchase at the Valero station approximately an hour after leaving Lucky's Tavern. When they obtained the surveillance footage, they saw Stephen inside the store buying snacks. They also saw the confrontation outside. Police released a 30-second clip of the footage showing Stephen browsing the gas station's offerings. His brother Kevin confirmed the identification. "No doubt that's him," he told reporters. But who was in that silver sedan? What was the argument about? Why did they follow Stephen after he left? These questions would haunt the investigation for a decade. Police appealed to the public for help identifying the occupants of that vehicle. They described it as crucial to understanding what happened to Stephen. Surveillance footage captured what appeared to be a passenger in the silver car, but the image quality wasn't clear enough for a definitive identification. Detective Casey Leaning of the Fort Lauderdale Police Department described the extensive search efforts undertaken in the immediate aftermath of Stephen's disappearance. "We searched almost 200 bodies of water in and around the Pompano Beach area, looking for any sign of McCrell or his vehicle," she stated. Sonar teams swept through lakes, canals, and retention ponds. They found nothing. Stephen's phone had been turned off since the night he vanished. There were no pings, no activity, no digital trail to follow. Astrid McCrell refused to give up hope. She drove around Fort Lauderdale with missing person posters taped to her car, hoping someone would recognize her son and provide information. "I dream sometimes that he's coming home," she told CBS Miami in 2019. "He's knocking on the door. I'm going to open the door and he's there. I just hope those dreams will come true. I'm still looking for him." The last words she spoke to Stephen were on the evening of July 29th, when he left for work at the poker room. "I gave him a hug and told him, 'I love you, have a good night at work.' That was our last words," she recalled. Stephen's girlfriend, Alicia Carr, the mother of his young daughter, struggled with endless scenarios about what might have happened. "Maybe they ran him off the road and he went into a lake," she speculated to reporters. "I'm so uncertain because there's so many different scenarios I've thought about." Her speculation would prove eerily accurate. By March 2019, Fort Lauderdale police admitted they had exhausted all leads. The case went cold. Stephen's daughter Skylar grew up without her father. She was 1 year old when he disappeared. By 2025, she was 11. Stephen also had 2 older brothers who held on to hope that somehow, someday, they would learn the truth. On July 30th, 2025, exactly 10 years after Stephen vanished, Fort Lauderdale police issued another public appeal. They urged anyone with information to come forward. Detective work continued behind the scenes, but publicly the case seemed destined to remain one of South Florida's most frustrating unsolved disappearances. Then, Sunshine State Sonar entered the picture. This private dive team specializes in solving cold cases involving missing persons and submerged vehicles. Using advanced sonar technology, they scan bodies of water that may have been previously searched with older, less sophisticated equipment. Team member Mike Sullivan had been working on Stephen's case for 3 years. On October 2nd, 2025, his persistence paid off. In a lake near the 900 block of Peninsula Corporate Circle in Boca Raton, just off Interstate 95, Sullivan's sonar equipment detected something. "It's over 3 years looking for Stephen McCrell. It's finally over. We found him," Sullivan announced as they confirmed the discovery. The Boca Raton police dive team was called to the scene. They pulled a white 2013 Ford Fusion from the dark water. Inside the vehicle, the Palm Beach County Medical Examiner's office later confirmed, were Stephen McCrell's skeletal remains. For Stephen's father, Donald, the news brought complicated emotions. "It's part shock, part relief," he told reporters. "I told everybody I would rather have that day come than not coming at all, ever, because 10 years was a long time." His mother, Astrid, who had spent a decade searching, believed the silver sedan held the key to understanding how Stephen ended up in that lake. "I strongly believe, I might be wrong, but I strongly believe," she said, referring to the surveillance footage of the car following her son. "Because you don't follow somebody the way they followed Stephen on the video for no reason." Mike Sullivan and his team felt profound relief at being able to provide closure after so many years. "We're just happy that we can provide them with these answers, and they no longer have to wonder, what happened to the son, the brother and family member and friend," Sullivan explained. But closure doesn't mean the case is solved. The discovery of Stephen's body raised as many questions as it answered. How did Stephen's car end up in that specific pond? The location is in Boca Raton, south of where he was last seen in Pompano Beach. Was he deliberately run off the road by the occupants of the silver sedan? Did he lose control while being followed? Was this an accident or something more sinister? The circumstances surrounding how McCrell and his vehicle ended up submerged remain under investigation. Fort Lauderdale police are still asking anyone who had contact with Stephen on the night of July 30th, 2015, or who has information about his disappearance to come forward. The case is not officially closed despite the recovery of his remains. Investigators want to know what happened during that confrontation at the gas station. They want to identify the people in the silver sedan. They want to understand the sequence of events that led a young father to end up at the bottom of a lake, hidden for 10 years while his family searched desperately for answers. Stephen's story is a reminder of how cases that seem impossibly cold can suddenly break open with new technology and persistent investigators. It took a private dive team using modern sonar equipment to find what nearly 200 searches by law enforcement had missed. The lake at Peninsula Corporate Circle had presumably been searched before, but older equipment failed to detect the submerged vehicle that newer technology found within hours. For 10 years, Astrid McCrell carried missing person posters. For 10 years, Skylar grew up without her father. For 10 years, the McCrell family lived in an agonizing limbo between hope and grief. Now they have Stephen's remains. they can finally lay him to rest. But the question of what really happened that night, why a routine trip home from a bar ended with a young man's car submerged in a Boca Raton lake, remains unanswered. The silver sedan, the people inside it, and their role in Stephen's death are still mysteries waiting to be solved. The surveillance footage from that Valero gas station still exists. Stephen stumbling through the snack aisle at 2:32 in the morning. Stephen arguing with someone outside. Stephen driving away with a silver sedan following close behind. Those grainy images are all that remain of Stephen McCrell's final moments in the world of the living, captured by cameras that recorded his last interaction with other human beings before he disappeared into the dark Florida night and ended up underwater, waiting 10 years to be found. And that brings us to the end of this episode. If you found this video informative, make sure you hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss what we drop next. We cover stories like this almost every day, and trust me, you don't want to be left behind. If you can't wait until the next upload, there are more videos popping up on your screen in just a few seconds. Click one and keep watching. Until then, take care. I'm out.
Alright. I don't know why my mic is like come on, I mumble so much. Okay. This one's weird. I saw this earlier and I was like,
known words of 19-year-old Penn State sophomore Justine Gross before she disappeared from Beaver Terrace Apartments in downtown State College, Pennsylvania. While details regarding the original missing persons report for Justine are scant, the story of the short-lived investigation is actually very straightforward. Shortly after being informed of her disappearance around 5 in the evening on November 11th, State College police investigators obtained security footage from Beaver Terrace. The CCTV system reportedly captured Justine leaving her 10th floor apartment and then heading down to another apartment on the 7th floor. 40 or so minutes later, she left the residence in the company of a male student, appearing unsteady on her feet, clutching a water bottle, and rubbing her face. The cameras, which are located in the center of the hallway and face both staircases, but do not appear to face each other, caught both students reappearing in the hallway of the 10th floor, and that's where things get weird. Police say that the footage did not show the male student escorting her to her home. Instead, it would appear he left her in the hallway before heading back downstairs, or at least so the cops say. Whatever the case, the next time Justine was seen, she was on the 11th floor, running barefoot down the hallway and into the trash room. And that is where the story takes a bizarre twist, because cameras never show her emerging from that room. And now that I've been there, I wrote this script before getting up there, because just the whole thing with this. I'm very interested in the fact that I didn't see any reporting about her going back into the stairwell, because I was in there, and the cameras face both stairwells. So I'm wondering why there's a gap here. Now, usually this is the point in the story where I'd tell you all about the extensive search efforts for Justine, the witness interviews, and how police did everything they could to track her down. But in this case, that's not what happened. To be fair to the police, there really was only one person they could have possibly questioned in this case, and he either couldn't or wouldn't tell them anything useful. According to both police and Justine's mother, Francois or Francis, I actually don't know how this is pronounced. Francoise. Gross. That's her mother. The young man last seen with her on CCTV explained that he had invited Justine down for a smoke, and that when she arrived, he offered her a blunt. She apparently had a bad reaction, in his words, and that's when he escorted her back up to the 10th floor, but not all the way to her actual apartment. He wasn't seen on camera with her on the 11th floor, nor had he spoken to her after parting ways that night. Or so he said. You see, what happened to Justine is strange enough in and of itself, but it's not just the fact that she vanished from an 11th-story trash room which raises questions about her fate. In fact, that aspect of the mystery was solved almost immediately. Though there was no sign of Justine anywhere in Beaver Terrace or the dumpsters below the chute, investigators were only a little over a day into the search when they made a discovery at the Center County Refuse and Recycling Transfer Station just outside of downtown State College. At around 2:45 a.m. on November 12th, just 27 hours after surveillance footage showed Justine running into the trash room, police officers searching the facility came across the missing Belisario School of Communication student's body. And for reasons I genuinely cannot comprehend, rather than pointing the investigators in the right direction, this event seemed to all but eliminate the department's interest in the case. And before we go any further in this video, I do want to say that my goal is not to just blast the State College Police Department. It's not to make them look incompetent. It's not to make Penn State look like it's an unsafe school to go to, because I disagree that it is. I think Penn State's a very safe school to go to for the most part. I just am very concerned and confused about this specific case and about how the Center County DA might be preventing justice from being served. I also want to say that I did reach out to the State College Police Department. I did have a conversation with the patrol captain, and that before we go any further in the video, I want to, again, emphasize, I sent an email that had the entire script of this video when I asked for comment. I said, for the sake of transparency and because I want to ensure that I do not misrepresent the department's work, I do want to share the current version of our script for our segment on Justine Gross with you. I have not changed the script since sending this email. My goal in our work is to be honest, not sensational, and to provide both praise and credit where it's due. I know that you've been on the force for a while, and since you serve as captain, it's only fair that you see what I currently plan to say. Please consider taking a look and offering comment where you're able. I want students to trust you guys the way I did when I was there from 2016 to 2020. As it stands, I'll admit that it comes across as critical of the police, though I'm more interested in holding the DA's feet to the fire, as I know that's where the decisions are made. And then I sent him the whole script. I have not received a response. So, it is now Thursday, October 23rd, which is the day before this video is supposed to go up on Friday, October 24th, 2025. And I have to say that I need to correct, to some extent, what was just said, which was that we reached out to the police and they didn't get back to us. Now, they did not get back to us before we shot the majority of this video, but this morning I did receive an email from the State College Police Department going into a little bit more of an explanation of what happened on their end. It's not much, but I figured I should read it to you because I was criticizing the police pretty heavily for not getting back to me on that, and it's only fair that I then clarify that, you know, this is how this saga came to an end. So I'm going to read to you what was sent to me by the State College Police after reading through the script for the video. They have not seen the video itself, but they have seen the script, and I received this email from the patrol captain. Thank you for reaching out, Aiden. I appreciate your attempt at not misrepresenting, sensationalizing, and providing praise where praise is due. I know this can be hard with the information you have and don't have. I would like to point out that our quick response and our investigation is what led to the discovery of Justine, which, had that not taken place, would likely have resulted in her never being found. I think that is correct. If it comes across in the video that I was faulting the police for how they began the investigation, not at all. I think that they did exactly what they were supposed to do at the beginning of the investigation. Where I'm curious about what happened here, and I'm going to pull this over a little bit so it's easier for me to read, where I'm curious about what happened here is what comes next in this email, and I plan to follow up, but obviously I will not receive a response to that until after this video goes live. But the next thing that the police captain said was, there are investigative steps that you were not aware of and we are not able to share. I'm curious as to what he means by that. I understand police procedure, that they can't tell me exactly what they have done. I assume this is with reference to the part where I talk about not investigating this young man, because it appeared that they didn't from the news reporting. Maybe they did. He did not confirm nor deny that in any explicit terms, but he did tell me, we too do not wish to sensationalize such cases or further traumatize family, friends, and others involved in these types of tragic events, at times limiting our release of all information related to the case. While I understand the police perspective on that, I would argue that since the family has been pushing for a release of information regarding this case, since the family did not, and to my knowledge does not, believe that this young man who was with Justine that night bears no responsibility for what happened to her, like I said, I understand police policy, I understand the laws and all of that. I don't know that I can agree that that information shouldn't be released, but I don't know that the police are saying it shouldn't be either. Again, I believe that this officer worded his response to me very carefully. I'm trying not to read between the lines too much, and I'm trying to give him as much of the benefit of the doubt as possible, because again, I do think that the State College Police in general do a very good job. Next, he said, I would again refer you to the Center County District Attorney for comments about this specific case. As far as our agency is concerned, we charge people to hold them accountable for their actions and involvement in such cases, and had we had probable cause to charge anyone in this matter, we would have. Probable cause is the key element to any charging decision and was considered in this case. What I wonder there, because there is a difference between probable cause and reasonable suspicion in legal terminology. I think I have that second term correct. What I don't know is, does this mean that the Center County DA would not acquire a warrant for them? Or does it mean that the police did not believe that they had probable cause? I don't know which of those two it is, and while I do intend to ask, I highly doubt that I will receive an answer that tells me anything, because they, again, have to be diplomatic with the DA. I don't know if this email was sent, back and forth between the DA. I don't know the involvement here. All I know is that my specific questions were neither confirmed nor denied. So I don't know what to think.
Okay.
Regardless, I still think that
We have basically completed our group project.
Person who has absolutely no right having the kind of power they do.
Why am I like this?
If they're going to let something like this walk. I mean, this kid who gave her drugs.
This is what happens when... You know what? I'm not going to say anything. But I am very anxious. And I need as high a grade as possible. So... yeah.
Which were illegal for her to have, and then she died. At the very least, that is a possession and distribution charge, and potentially you could argue for negligent homicide or involuntary manslaughter. This person should be charged, but I don't know exactly where this is going to end up in the video, but this individual should be charged, and I, as well as several other people I've talked to, believe that it is likely he was either an athlete for the school, somebody who comes from a large donor family, somebody with an important name, something like that, and that the Center County DA didn't want to step on any toes. So I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm not satisfied. But that said, I do have to give props to the police department for doing their best to communicate their position on the issue. The last response I did receive referred me towards a media release. And, well, just 1 week after Justine's body was found, the State College Police put out a media release. I had to transition back into the script. Sorry, that wasn't super smooth. Anyway, that release, in part, reads, "Preliminary information available to investigators indicates the death to be accidental in nature." And then it goes on to state that police can confirm that Gross died as a result of a fall inside an 11th floor solid waste disposal chute into a waste receptacle on the ground floor. While they did say the investigation was still ongoing, this was tempered by the statement that video evidence suggests she was alone in the 11th floor hallway and in the waste disposal room when she fell. The part which I'm most interested in, however, is the line which reads, "All witnesses are still fully cooperating with the police." Why is that interesting?
What the fuck?
Well, according to a New York Post article published the same day as that press release, Justine's mother told the media that the young man was not talking after hiring a lawyer. So, given the total lack of other witnesses, who were the police referring to, and why did they say all witnesses? Whatever the case, that lawyer must have been very good, because that male student's name remains unreported even years later. All we know about him is that he told Justine's mother that he gave her a blunt, and that Justine's roommates say she'd only met the kid a couple of days before she died. That's not all we know about that night.
That's crazy.
As NewJersey.com reporter Richard Cohen explained, Justine's flip-flops, cell phone, and wallet with all her credit cards were later found. I need to
pause this. I'm very itchy in my ears, and I do need to I guess take my medications. I don't really know why I'm in this room and not my office, but it's a nice change of pace, I will say. I'll admit. I don't like that, regardless of where I'm at. My ears are itchy, but it's called the ear eczema for a reason. Even these really thin headphones that are the least invasive in the world, and wait, is that a rabbit in the background? But yeah, no, even these very uninvasive, or whatever that word is, headphones can result in itching because they still cause some moisture in my ear. So that kind of sucks. Oh no. Oh, so this entire time, oh wait, so this entire time, I had that, whole, static noise. Well, that's great. I hate this. How about now? How about now? Whatever. Whatever. Alright, whatever.
On the stairwell, which the mother thinks suggests that her daughter was being chased. The police disagreed. In February of 2022, so this is about 4 months later, the Center County coroner released the autopsy report, which concluded that Justine had traces of alcohol and THC in her liver and had died of multiple acute blunt force traumas. With that, the police officially ruled out foul play, stating that, at this time, no new information has been obtained by State College Police or the Center County Coroner's Office to indicate that this death was criminal in nature, as Justine's gross injuries are consistent with a fall from the 11th floor of her apartment building. Absent any new information or evidence, the State College Police Department is concluding our investigation into this matter. That was it. It was nothing but an accident, plain and simple. All as a result of, smoking a blunt and having a couple of drinks. And nobody was to blame but Justine. As a Penn State alum myself, I call bullshit.
Yeah.
First of all, this male student,
Seriously.
whoever he was, admitted to providing Justine with marijuana, and then he was caught on camera abandoning her before he ensured she had safely made it home. And remember, he said that she was having a bad reaction. He knew he should have brought her all the way back into her apartment. In fact, he probably should have called one of her friends, her roommate, anything of the sort to make sure somebody was paying attention to this girl, or if he couldn't do that, he should have done the right thing and taken her to the hospital. But he didn't do that. Instead, he lawyered up and decided not to talk.
Exactly.
And, he has every right to do that, but the Center County DA should have responded by sending police to search his apartment and arrest him for the cut and dry crime of furnishing intoxicants to someone below the legal age to consume them. Now, I want to be very clear here. In the state of Pennsylvania, marijuana is still illegal. Granted, that does not mean that nobody uses it, and to be quite honest,
Obviously.
it's only illegal in a very technical sense. There are all sorts of hemp-derived THC products that you can legally buy and consume, but you do need to be 21 years of age to do so. So no bones about it, they had probable cause. And if this kid had the wrong kind of marijuana product, that is a possession and a distribution charge on top. So, let's recap. Let's take a look at what the police say happened here. Justine went down to this young man's apartment. He gave her the blunt. She had what he described as a bad reaction. And then moments after she left, she supposedly jumped headfirst into a trash chute after leaving behind her phone, shoes, and wallet in a stairwell. Taking all of that into account, I cannot grasp why the DA and the police didn't threaten this kid with charges of furnishing, possession, distribution, and anything else they could have come up with while searching his apartment in order to get him to talk. Did he kill Justine? I don't know. At least not in as much as he could have thrown her down the chute himself. It seems like he probably didn't do that. Now, before we went up there, when I first wrote this script, I had my suspicions about whether or not he could have done that. Because, as far as I knew, that trash chute's opening might look like the one I had in Beaver Hill, which is a different complex from Beaver Terrace, but it's on the same street. But that one was a little higher off the ground, and it was a few feet off the ground, and it was a lot smaller. I got in, I did see the Beaver Terrace trash chute, the exact one she would have went down, and it was lower to the ground. It actually locks open, and it's much bigger. We have footage of it. We can roll that tape. The way this story goes is that Justine ran up the stairs, she ran down this hallway. I'm gonna have to check and see where those cameras are. And then I just decided to jump down there. Which, you could do that. Definitely answers some questions I had, because ours was up a lot higher. But what gets me is, in that state, panicked, I just have a hard time believing it. I can't fault them for not having safety measures on that. There's no way you can anticipate that somebody's going to try and jump into it, but... I believe it. She's in a panic state. Maybe she manages to do that, but I have questions nonetheless. But yeah, it's possible. That answers that. One of my biggest questions was, how likely is it that somebody could just dive into the thing? Apparently very likely. That doesn't answer the question of why.
Yeah, exactly.
It must have been a drug issue. Even if she wasn't being chased, even if she wasn't actually in danger, there must have been something other than weed in that blunt. As I say in the video, I think, depending, we haven't shot it yet, but weed doesn't do that. Weed doesn't make you panic and think you're being chased by a monster down a hallway and jump into a trash chute to your death. That doesn't happen.
Has to be way stronger.
So why the
Not
hell
that I
did this
know.
kid, who goes unnamed in all of the media reporting, not get charged with anything? He must have given her something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. Oh, it stays. So, after seeing it in person, I could see how somebody could jump down there. I wouldn't expect somebody to do that, but you can see how it's possible. You know, all of that said, if the uncut tape from that night doesn't show anyone else entering the trash room, it's going to be really hard to pin this kid for homicide, because unless he threw her down the chute,
Yeah.
he did not commit a homicide. Or at least not an intentional one.
Yeah.
Now, until I see the tape myself, I can't say for certain if the tape shows him being on that floor. The police say he wasn't, that's all we have to work with. But what I can say is that there is clear, compelling evidence that this was, at the very least, negligence which resulted in somebody's death. But instead of charging him with that, instead of building the case, instead of trying to get him to talk, they seem to have just totally exonerated the guy without even trying to see if he might have been responsible. And unfortunately, that is not the end of the problems. To be frank about the official narrative on why Justine ended up in the chute, weed doesn't do that, and neither does alcohol.
It does not.
At least not on their
But
own,
again,
or even put
I
together.
wouldn't
They
know.
don't have an interaction that produces what has to have been psychosis. Add something more potent to the mix, however, and you might get the kind of paranoid delusions which could
shit.
lead somebody to, while thinking they're being chased, jump down a trash chute. And Justine's parents also seem to have questioned the possibility that the blunt involved more than just cannabis. But when they requested a copy of the coroner's report, they were told that it would cost $700. Look, there's cases where charging a fee for a public record might make sense. For example, if I wanted all files pertaining to the death of Betsy Aardsma, it would require somebody spending paid time to go and look through everything, compile it, redact things, and send it over.
Yeah, I
In
feel
this
like on the
case,
murder
however,
case,
they
no,
were
what the
asking
fuck?
for a PDF copy of a report that had literally just been put together, and since it pertained to their daughter, there was nothing to redact. All Center County had to do was email a copy of that over to her parents. And instead, they demanded $700.
That's
Mr. and
crazy.
Mrs. Gross, if you see this and you still don't have a copy of that report and you still want a copy of that report, I will pay the $700 out of my own pocket. No strings attached. You guys deserve to have it.
No,
Now, you
seriously.
also deserved a coroner and a medical examiner
What
who
the
took
hell?
their job seriously enough to consider all the possibilities for criminality associated with this case. Your daughter died immediately after leaving the apartment of a young man who admitted to giving her drugs, appearing unstable on her feet, having just texted a friend saying something just happened, and yet the medical examiner apparently didn't think to check for signs of sexual assault. There is no excuse. There is no justice in this. Either the Center County DA was too lazy to do his job properly, he was paid to keep quiet, or he is a coward. I cannot fathom what legitimate reason the county would have to keep this information from you, or to sue to prevent the media from getting their hands on the coroner's report. You know, that's right. According to the Huntington Daily Herald, after a New Jersey media outlet requested the autopsy report, Center County refused to release it. And even
Crazy.
after an appeal resulted in
that's
an order
odd.
to release that report once the fees were paid, Center County retaliated by filing an appeal to the decision to release the autopsy report. And as far as I can tell, the report has never been provided. Finally, at least as it pertains to this case, how dare you let this kid, who gave her the drugs which you say led to her death, off the hook? You know, my freshman year roommate had to go to court multiple times, was fined, given community service, and all the cops had on him was a bong they found in his car. Not the drugs themselves, just the paraphernalia. That was enough to
That's
send him
crazy.
to court, get fined, and be sentenced to community service. Yet this troglodyte gets a teenager so high that she jumps to her death down a trash chute in panic, at least according to you, and he gets off scot-free? How utterly and completely pathetic are you? If there is a God, and I believe there is, then I pray that St. Peter has his own CCTV system so that when I arrive in the afterlife, I can watch the tape of you groveling for forgiveness when you stand before the pearly gates awaiting his judgment. Unfortunately, until someone holds Center County's feet to the fire, it doesn't seem like there will be any movement towards justice for Justine. So that's why, while we were up at Penn State for actually Parents' Weekend, we went around and interviewed some students. You guys want to answer some questions about some unsolved mysteries on campus?
Yeah.
Are you guys students?
Yes.
Hey, what are your names?
I'm Jess. I'm Liv.
You guys okay being on camera?
Yeah.
All right. So, curious, are you guys aware of the murder in the Stacks a whole bunch of years ago?
Oh no. No.
Oh, you didn't know about this?
No.
Here?
Yeah, here.
Oh shoot.
You didn't know this?
No.
All right, there was a young woman named Betsy Ardsma who was actually killed in the Petit Stacks. I am shocked that that is not better known, personally.
That's
When I was a
crazy.
student here, it was
No, it
like,
really
Oh my
is.
everybody was talking about it. But, so are you aware that there are also a couple of other disappearances that have happened here?
No.
All right, so this is the most interesting part to me. Back in 2021, there was a girl named Justine Gross. Have you heard her story?
No.
So you guys just,
Sorry. We
No,
don't
you're
really
fine.
Know anything.
what year are you?
We're freshmen.
You're a freshman?
Yeah.
That makes a little bit more sense. All right, that's really all you need to know. But, right now what we're doing is just to clarify it, the Center County District Attorney refuses to actually charge the witness involved in her death. And so we're trying to, get people to understand that Penn State is a safe place, but only
Yeah.
a safe place when we have honesty from
Yeah.
our authorities, right?
Yeah. Correct.
Would you guys feel safer if the Center County DA actually did his job?
Yes.
You would? Okay, see, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. You guys have a nice Parents' Weekend.
You too.
You guys know about the murder of Justine Gross?
Notebook.
You've heard about it?
The assignment.
No, that's Betsy Ardsma.
Submission.
Yeah. Were you guys aware that there was a young woman in
pretty sure it's
2021
Betsy.
who fell to her death in a trash chute in Beaver Terrace?
In Beaver Terrace?
Yes.
Wow.
This is fascinating.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, so I found out about this from I'm a former student of class 2020. Found out from a class 2022 girl who was here when it happened that this young woman was spotted on camera with a young
He
man
probably
walking
has some, like,
upstairs,
weird
and
scam
then he
that
leaves
hat.
her behind after giving her a blunt.
Either that or
as
it's
he
like
as
a
he told the police.
competing.
Didn't say
like-
if it was laced with anything, but she panicked and then jumped down a trash chute. As far as his story goes, any thoughts on that?
That's
I
crazy.
mean,
It is, right? Isn't it crazy that you guys as students don't know about it?
That is
I think
crazy,
more
actually,
people should
though.
know about
Like,
this.
More people should know about it. Exactly.
Wait, what can we do as like students? What can we do as students to kind of spread this information?
So I think first of all, we have the video coming out on it, but
Yeah.
I think what would really help, because I'm sure you guys feel safe on campus, right? I felt safe on campus when I was here. What would help is maybe talking to the Collegian, getting them to drum some stuff up about it, because they did cover it, but they didn't cover it all that much.
Yeah.
Now this is an award-winning student paper, right?
Yeah.
These guys do great work. And I think that if the student body started to, push, maybe the Collegian started to push the Center County DA to, release the autopsy report to her parents, because they haven't done that, I think that would help, right?
I'm surprised they haven't even released the autopsy report. That's crazy.
Not even to her parents.
Not even to her parents. They wanted to charge the parents $700 for a copy of the autopsy report.
yeah, that's
For a
crazy.
PDF. Pretty crazy, right?
What's your channel?
Our channel is the Lore Lodge.
Lore Lodge?
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
on YouTube?
Yeah.
Does anybody have a problem with being in the video?
I'm a little bald right now. Normally I have hair.
We can have our editor Kurt add some hair.
Yeah,
Or we can give you a hat.
Can I say into the microphone? I'm a little bald right now, but I swear I have hair normally.
What do you
We
mean
believe
I'm
you.
the
Yeah, it's actually really good hair.
I believe you. Would you like us to
Okay,
have
so
Kurt
you
add
don't
some
have
hair, or
weird
perhaps
shit,
like a nice,
he's-
Civil War captain's hat?
Can y'all
That's
actually
like the
censor
worst.
my bald head?
We can. We can put a blur spot over it if you want.
Like a black
There you
square.
go.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We got you.
Okay.
Wait, what's your channel?
The Lore Lodge.
The Lore Lodge.
Lore.
Yeah.
Where's like is he in the comments or something?
That is us, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
In the
Thank you
comments
guys
or something?
for chatting. 'cause
Hopefully.
As I was working on this video, I was like, man, this is crazy that nobody is.
Yeah.
Nobody seems
Yeah,
to
no,
be aware
every
that
single
this happened.
university
Somebody.
really is like hiding.
Yeah,
some
it's most
weird
likely that it
shit.
wasn't a deliberate murder, but
really is,
negligent
like-
homicide. A guy gave her laced drugs and she jumped down a trash chute. That kind
I'm
of
gonna
person
watch
should be
this,
prosecuted,
maybe.
Yeah,
right?
you should be held accountable for like the definition of negligence, just because you
Alright.
know, or just because
Man,
you
I think I'm overthinking this.
aren't doing something about it doesn't mean yeah you are liable for it.
Right. If you give somebody laced drugs and they end up dying as a result, you should be prosecuted, correct?
Of course.
We can all agree on that.
I think it actually goes for any sort of inebriation. If you are the sole provider of some sort of substance, laced or not laced, you should be held at least somewhat accountable for the
Exactly.
death of someone.
Exactly. And I think maybe the Center County DA should consider that, right?
Mhm.
Right. All right. Thank you guys so much. What was your name?
I'm Akito. Akito.
Akita?
Yeah.
Akito.
Akito.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you. Anthony.
Anthony?
Ami.
Ami? Nice to meet you guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, y'all too.
Good luck on whatever you're working on. Quick question for you guys.
Big group project.
You look like, you know, gents who have been here a couple of years. You don't have to be on camera. I'm just curious. We're doing some reporting here. Did you guys know that a girl died in Beaver Terrace in 2021 by falling down the trash chute? No. This is truly incredible. Yeah, that happened. Yeah. We're I wrote a script on it, video on it, and I was coming up here. I'm like, I'm a Penn State alum. I'm going to talk to people, right? Surely they know. Turns out that this is not a well-known fact. Did you guys know that the Center County DA had a witness on camera who gave this girl drugs? Obviously it didn't, right? Because you didn't know about the murder. Would you guys feel safer on campus if you know, the Center County DA did his job?
I don't really know enough to
I don't know enough to say.
Yeah.
I don't
Yes.
know much about the case.
That's what we need to hear.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this girl's parents deserve justice for her death is the real question.
Yes.
Right? Of course. And that involves the Center County DA doing his job.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, guys. You guys want to answer some
Absolutely.
questions about murder? Probably could ask that in a more effective way, to be fair.
I mean,
Now, I gotta
seriously, what
say,
the hell?
my flabbers were utterly gasted when I learned that nobody knew about this. Nobody except, unfortunately, we didn't get this part on camera, but nobody except a group of what appeared to be probably sophomore or junior girls who walked past us while we were standing outside of Beaver Terrace. And they had thoughts. They thought that, Justine, something happened that we're not being told. So, hopefully, if this video gets some traction, then people will begin to ask questions. And the Center County District Attorney, the Center County government, who I remember hating students even when I was there, Bellefonte does not like State College, even though State College is the primary economic driver of Center County. But, you know, maybe somebody needs to be publicly shamed. I've had to do certain things in order to avoid a lawsuit against me, because I have no doubt that that would be filed if I said the wrong thing here. So, yeah, all of this is my opinion, by the way. But yeah, somebody needs to either, I don't know, something needs to happen. Something's got to give, guys. Hopefully that movement comes, but, you know, we'll see. Tragic as it is, Justine's case isn't the first time that a young female student disappeared from an apartment complex in State College. Almost exactly 20 years before Justine Gross met her fate, another young woman named Cindy Song inexplicably vanished on Halloween night.
Man.
It was November 4th, 2001, by the time anyone realized that Cindy Song was missing. The 21-year-old South Korean-born integrative arts major hadn't shown up to classes on Thursday the 1st, which wouldn't have been all that odd considering the late-night festivities, but when she didn't attend Friday, or reply to calls and texts by Sunday, or, you know, go to work, her friends became concerned for her well-being. You see, Cindy liked to party, but she was known as a hardworking student who worked 2 jobs on top of her studies. Missing 1 day of class after a holiday might not raise alarms, but 2 days of playing hooky and missing shifts without saying a word to anyone was cause for concern as far as her friends were concerned. Police headed out to her home at State College Park Apartments, which is now Alight State College, to check in on her, but when they arrived, they found the door locked. They were able to obtain entry to apartment 363, at which point they quickly discovered Cindy's backpack, phone, and a pair of fake lashes, indicating that she had indeed made it inside. What happened after that, however, was much more difficult to explain. Unfortunately, her friends could only provide so much information. The last they'd seen of her, it was Halloween night, and they'd just dropped her off at her apartment complex after a night out on the town. Cindy, dressed as a bunny, had been part of a group that spent most of the evening at Players Nightclub in downtown State College, now rebranded as the Basement Night Spot. I have been to the basement. I don't know what it was like when it was Players. It's a nightclub. You know, there's nothing odd about it. They have solid drink specials. To be perfectly honest, I only have vague memories of being at the Basement Night Spot. Anyway, when the bar closed at 2 a.m., she and several others headed back to someone's place to play video games, and then a friend by the name of Stacy drove her back to State College Park Apartments.
I'm done.
Stacy did not see Cindy go inside, but as previously mentioned, police found evidence suggesting that she had indeed made her way into the Ferguson Township apartment. What they didn't find was her bunny costume, her wallet, her keys, or her ID, and that raised some questions. What could have possessed her to come inside, take off her eyelashes, and then leave before changing out of the rest of her clothes? There were ideas, of course. Maybe she'd left to go meet a boy, or to go down to the local 24-hour convenience store, as she was sometimes known to do. Either one wouldn't necessarily have been out of character, but her friends insisted that leaving behind her phone would be. As the days passed, the questions only mounted. Cindy didn't turn up in any hospitals or jails, and absolutely nobody came forward to report seeing a girl wandering around in a pink
Alright, wait, let me see what happens if I like change up. Ooh, that was literally my homework. Holy fuck. um let me go to my, yeah. Okay, so I literally, while doing my homework and while listening to all of this, found out about like some techniques, so now I feel like using the techniques. I really do. But like, can I oh wait, easel. Yeah, wait, my easel is over here. What do you mean? This entire time. That's crazy. Okay. You know what? I think I should have this. Oh no, I feel like I should have this like minimized and then, no, why not just have this minimized and then have like the video thingy up in here. Video. Wait, no, that's not a video thingy. That's not window capture. It is this one. Holy shit. Okay. Well, that's like gigantic. Maybe don't do that, please. You just like block my face. Don't do that, please. Don't like block my face, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Very much. Maybe I should like make it. I'm just being extra right now, because why not? Okay. This looks so. I have way better design sense than this, but it's almost 3 a.m. So what I'm gonna do now is play this, and hopefully I will be able to like listen while I'm doing my nighttime routine, because I have to do a nighttime routine. But I'm going to look up, yeah, class imbalance, class weights, and then I'm gonna look up, not doing that, look up, yeah. These are the two that I need to use, apparently. I have like a bunch of nerd shits. Oh yeah, wait, it's not even gonna be visible to most people. Even if they wanted it to be. That's okay. That's okay. Let me duplicate this though. So then it's like, okay, well, you can see my easel if you want, but not really here for that use. Like, yeah. Okay.
Pink and white bunny costume the day after Halloween. Search parties, including bloodhound
Yeah, take
teams,
my
fanned
medicine
out
now.
from her apartment, but there was no sign of her anywhere within walking distance. And I'm sure that it wasn't quite as built up back in 2001, but I used to work for a company that had a complex right next to Cindy's. This area is not rural. It's suburban. There's a lot of people around. And it's also far enough away from campus and close to enough large highways
know,
that getting lost without finding a road is pretty much impossible. This isn't the kind of thing where you just wander off into the woods. There's a lot of community there. But try as they might, nobody could track down Cindy. And by early December, things were beginning to look hopeless, but then a potential break in the case appeared, and in an unexpected location. 200 miles away in Philadelphia, a report came in regarding a witness who claimed to see someone matching Cindy's description being forced against their will into a vehicle by a man in the Chinatown section of the city. Now, it is probably important to understand that Chinatown in Philadelphia is very close to Center City, So this isn't like it's off in some corner. According to James Engel of the Daily Collegian, Penn State's award-winning student newspaper, the woman was supposedly yelling for help, and the man was reported to be of either Arabic or Asian background, having an olive complexion. Both Philadelphia and Ferguson Township jumped on the lead, but they quickly ran into trouble. By the way, Ferguson Township and State College police departments are different. The borough situation up there is a little weird, but so Ferguson Township had jurisdiction, not State College. But anyway, back to, the problems. For one, while the information made it to Ferguson Township on December 5th, the report itself came from early November. And if that wasn't bad enough, it was compounded by the fact that, after further investigation, the police found the witnesses' reports were conflicting. Even if she did see something, the police learned nothing valuable, and that meant that they were back at square one. By the time the spring semester began in 2002, the lack of movement on the case was beginning to wear on both those who knew Cindy personally and those who didn't. Despite Ferguson Township having frequent meetings with the FBI, it was already beginning to seem as though the case had gone cold. Countless interviews, missing posters pasted across town, and in-depth looks into every available aspect of Cindy's life had brought nothing to light. It was as if the poor young woman had simply vanished into thin air, and nobody could come up with a reason as to why or how that happened. By the end of 2002, investigators were stuck, but not yet defeated. Detective Brian Sprinkle, the lead investigator, told the Collegian in August of that year that he was still hopeful they'd be able to close the case, especially with reinforcements they were receiving as time went on. The most important would be the appearance of Cindy's story on the hit TV show Unsolved Mysteries, which he hoped would reach someone who might know where the missing student was, or at least where they should look next. Also lending services to the investigation was Los Angeles-based psychic Carla Barron, brought in by Ryan Buell and the Penn State Paranormal Research Society. Yes, that Ryan Buell, the one from the A&E series Paranormal State.
Yep.
It really shouldn't be a surprise that I do this for a living, all things considered. Anyway, Carla's involvement was surprisingly well received, or at least cordially received, with Detective Sprinkle saying that she's given us a lot of information, but nothing that has been helpful at this time. Adding that she has given us a lot of information that may turn into something down the road. Unfortunately, none of Carla's visions led to meaningful leads in the case, which remained in limbo throughout the remainder of 2002 and into the later months of 2003. It was in October of that year that the first genuine lead of the case developed, when a Wilkes-Barre man named Paul Weekly told police that he knew exactly what happened to Cindy and that he could prove it. Paul, as it happened, was on trial for the murders of Michael Kurkowski and Tammy Fassett in 2002, and he was certain that his co-conspirator, Hugo Selensky, was responsible for her disappearance. According to Sprinkle, the story was that Selensky and Kurkowski, who was at the time an accomplice of Selensky's, traveled to Penn State because, and I quote, Kurkowski liked young Oriental girls. Once the pair of predators selected Cindy as their target, they kidnapped her, took her up there, and killed her. Now, outdated terminology aside, I did have classes with a lot of East Asian students when I was at Penn State, so it wouldn't be out of the question that someone looking to kidnap one might head there to do it.
Oh, that's nasty.
Compelling story, but Sprinkle needed more evidence.
Just all that.
It seemed like that evidence was on the way when investigators in Scranton, working on
I don't think it's just, and of course, my 10 or whatever % East Asian. That's just nasty in general. What the fuck?
another tip from Weekly about other homicides committed by Selensky found the bodies of 5 victims buried in the latter man's backyard between June and October of 2003. The bodies were burned beyond recognition, but not to the extent that DNA couldn't be obtained. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, Song was not among them. But that didn't change Sprinkle's belief that the man could very well be telling the truth about Selensky, who he claimed had confided in him about the event shortly after it happened. Everything else turned out to be true, Sprinkle said in 2009, referring to the fact that it was Weekly's guidance which led Scranton police to search Selensky's backyard in the first place. Frustratingly, any hopes of finding Cindy by further investigating Selensky were dashed when it was revealed that Weekly had researched the case independently and had downloaded information on Cindy's disappearance from the internet before having discussions with police. He'd also admitted to lying to the court on other occasions, and to being aware that his testimony against Selensky could have material benefit when it came to his own sentencing. With that, the last lead regarding the disappearance of Cindy Song turned to dust, and the case remains unsolved as I record this in 2025. Today, very few people at Penn State or elsewhere recall the name Cindy Song, despite her appearances on TV shows like Unsolved Mysteries and coming up on the occasional true crime channel or social media. Hell, even as a Penn State grad myself, I only found out about this story from a compilation video somewhere on YouTube. I thought I recalled it being on Lazy Masquerade, but if it was, I couldn't find it again. Also, I do have to recommend Lazy Masquerade as a channel. It's pretty much just summary stuff. He's not doing deep dives into most of these cases, but it is a great spot to find mysteries you might be interested in researching yourself. I have used his videos to find cases to look into and to do deep dives on myself in the past. I mean, like I said, I was pretty sure I found Cindy Song from one of his videos. But as I said, I found Cindy Song from a YouTube video, not from hearing about it at Penn State, not from, any of my professors mentioning it, not from being a subject of conversation, and I'm not even surprised now that I know how few people knew about Justine Gross just a couple of years after she died. There is one story, however, which every PSU student learns of at some point or another, and it's one that really sticks with you, especially if you find yourself wandering the Petit Library stacks late at night. That, however, is a story for another time, and probably a much longer video. And don't worry, I'm not going to keep you waiting very long. It should be out in like 2 weeks. And, of course, while we were up shooting for this video, we got plenty of footage from the stacks, and we actually almost got in trouble for that, I think. It seems like somebody was following us around the library, or at least trying to find us in the library, because we were walking around with a cinema camera. So in addition to already doing a good amount of recording and getting lost inside of the stacks a few times, which is, again, I went there for 4 years and I still had trouble navigating down there. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that I have already started the script for the story of Penn State's most infamous unsolved crime, the ice pick murder of Betsy Aardsma. Before I end today's video, though, I want to make one final point. You see, for me, these cases aren't just intriguing unsolved mysteries. They're personal. Penn State was my home for 4 years, and I loved almost every minute of my time in Happy Valley. Part of the reason I was able to enjoy that time was my trust in the State College and University Park police departments, who genuinely have made this a place where students can feel safe even as they walk across town on long, cold, dark winter nights. The departments have, for the most part, earned that trust, and it's unfair to both the hardworking law enforcement officers and the students and townies they protect that hostile Center County politicians can erode that trust by choosing which crimes matter. Normally, I would launch into my if you like to support us spiel, but I do want to say, if you'd like to help us get traction on this case, get eyes back on this case, email the Center County, Pennsylvania District Attorney's Office. Call the office. Tell them that you want to know why Justine Gross's, I can't say killer, but why the person who gave her the drugs, which led to her death, has not been charged. Why he was allowed to walk free. How can they do something like that knowing how it will make people feel? I mean, if this story is how they have presented it, this kid gave her drugs which caused her death. Cut and dry. So, if you want to help us make a difference, please reach out to the Center County District Attorney and ask about that. And if you would like to support what we do here at the Lore Lodge, the best way to do that is to subscribe on Patreon. It's just $1 a month. And as of the beginning of this month, we have been posting our videos over there ad-free. No mid-roll ads, no sponsored segments, just these videos in their entirety without any interruption. I also post scripts from time to time when I have the time to go through and edit them and get them uploaded. And if you guys request specific scripts, I will make sure to get those up as soon as I possibly can. I currently have somebody working on that. Our intern is at the moment going through the Smoky Mountains Missing 401s because I was writing those in a different style. I was doing bullet points, so she's turning them into prose. Thank you, Sophie. But anyway, yeah, Patreon's great. You can also check out our merch on Bunker Branding. That is down in the description. Oh, and I really need to emphasize this. We are trying to go to Colorado next year, and we have to fill up another 6 slots on that trip. So check out the description for a link to a Trova Trip page where you can come join us in the Rockies. Visit some national parks, go whitewater rafting, all that. We're doing another trip out in Yosemite, which has a few spots left on it, so that will also be in the description. What else is there? Oh, right, coffee. We have coffee, not Pocono Perk. It's delicious. Linked in the description. You can also check out our other channels like History Unhinged, The Weird Bible, which I'm currently recording a new series for. That should drop sometime early next year. And I think that's just about it. Yeah, we have our live show on Monday nights. You can catch all this stuff on Spotify now. I usually write this segment at the end of the video. I forgot to do that this time. Discord. Discord's the other big thing. It's linked in the description, or you can go to bit.ly/join the lodge. With all that said, I'm Abe Mattis, and thank you for stopping by the Lore Lodge.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of like the end credits of a movie. That's how long it took. Okay. Where did I go? Oh. Holy shit. Why is my face there? Why is my face there? Oh yeah, I watched this and I was like, when I saw that he was live, and then I was just like, it's not worth it. Wait, what? What the hell? Okay, I think I have to see this.
This is the most dangerous girl in Japan. Her name is Fumi Taniguchi. She grew up in what seemed like an ordinary family, until she discovered that her father was a yakuza. Fumi once admitted she was shocked and ashamed when she found out. But later, when she looked back, she realized the man who lived in the shadows was actually the father who had been quietly protecting her all along. He did everything he could to let his daughter live a normal life and pursue her dream of becoming an actress without being dragged into the underworld. When Fumi shared her story online, it moved millions of people. Because behind the terrifying image of a yakuza,
This is AI, right? Like, this has to be AI. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, family of actors. Like I knew the footage was, it. But yeah, like the script is clearly AI. Okay. Like if my data science degree is worth anything. Yeah.
So, Miss Kiff has responded, and I'm making this immediately
All right,
after.
let me. I'll watch that like later. I want to watch The Amazing Bob Gumbel so much. I really do. I miss watching that, but like, am I too old now? Because the last time I watched that show, I was like, oh yeah, I was 22. I was already too old back then. Yeah, because 2015 was the year that we lost cable. Or at least we lost, like, the good channels. The ones that I wanted to watch. Oh well. And not Dead Redditors. Oh my god. Not that again. Hell of a message. What is with, like, this? Why is it not, like... Okay. I was gonna watch this. I think. Yeah. See? No. So this is scary, but, like, in another way. Because, like, our mayor, like, well, their mayor, because I don't live in actual Houston city limits, but, like, yeah, their mayor is just, like, really gaslighting everyone into thinking that, like, there's nothing wrong with the bayous. Like, come on.
Hey guys, I'm Steve. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video. If it's your first time stopping by the channel, hit that subscribe button. Trust me, you won't regret it. You're a returning subscriber as always, guys. Welcome back, and I do appreciate the support.
I don't know
Guys,
why I thought that was Ellen.
we got some
I'm
crazy
sorry.
news out here where I'm at, Houston, Texas. Shout out Houston. And this right here sounds like something you would see in like a
It sounds like
cartel
something,
film
like,
or something.
Yeah.
Early this morning, a report came in of a fire over top of a bridge or on the side of a bridge. Firefighters responded, and when they put the flames out, come to find out, it was a body of a man that was set on fire, hanging from a freeway, 610 to be exact.
Fuck.
Not a lot of details are out for this, but what they do have, just thinking about it in itself, is horrifying. We're seeing
See, this is why I feel bad when I'm not, like, in the fucking, like, loop when it comes to the news, because holy fuck. Like, 610, that's where, yeah, that was where one of my schools were, like, well, one of the campuses for, my community college. It was, like, right at 610. I don't know which part of 610 this is. I had to graduate, like, I did my graduation at NRG Stadium. That's, like, right at 610. Also, different part, of course. But damn.
seeing levels of violence from people that, you know, I
Damn.
guess feel that they've been wronged in some way, taking it to the next level in punishing people. This might be one of them stories. Take a look.
Crazy, though.
News this morning, a disturbing case from overnight. Homicide detectives are investigating after a body was found burning and hanging from the underside of the 610 loop.
KPRC2 News reporter Brittany Jeffers is joining us live in our newsroom now with what we know
I have
about
to
this
do my
investigation. Brittany.
Yeah, Owen and Sophia, there is a lot of questions surrounding this case this morning. I've been going through the interview with Houston police. Here's what we know right now. Around 10 o'clock last night, officers say that a Union Pacific Railroad worker called in a fire that was under the North Loop near Wayside. Now, if you take a look at your screen, this is video into our newsroom from overnight. It's very dark, but you can see detectives out there. They're walking around the area with flashlights. When officers arrived, they say they found a man's body hanging from under the underpass. It was partially on fire. They say the victim died, and police noted that there is a homeless encampment near the area. But again, as I mentioned, a lot of questions. And the reason for this, there's no witnesses at this point. So police are trying to determine what led up to this and how that fire was set. Investigators did note that they believe that this was a homicide. However, they're going to have to wait until the autopsy report comes back to determine a cause of death. Of course, we're making calls to try to get more information from detectives as far as who this person is and why this happened. In the meantime, if you have any information, if you were in the area, please contact police or Crime Stopper.
So following breaking news from overnight after a man's body was found hanging underneath the East Loop, and we do want to warn you, some of the details in this story are even more disturbing.
Ugochi Loka joining us live from the scene near Kirkpatrick Boulevard. Okay, Ugochi, what do we know?
Well, Jacob and Alona, I've got to tell you, the details, in fact, of this case are rather grim. Right now, we're next to a storage facility, which is close to this spot where a man was found hanging by a rope from the underside of this 610 freeway, all while on fire. Sadly, he did not survive. This is video of officers looking around after HFD responded to a fire here near the 5000 block of Kirkpatrick and 610 just after 10 p.m. last night. Now, it was Union Pacific employees who first found the scene and called Houston firefighters, first reporting this as a brush fire. Officials say when firefighters put out the fire, they realized it was a man's body in flames, dangling by a rope. HPD says those firefighters got the fire out, but the man was already dead. A lieutenant investigating the tragedy says there were no witnesses around when they responded. She describes the location near the fire and how they need the community's help with this case.
It seems that it's a homeless encampment that's here as well, as far as where the fire was set. If anyone has any information regarding this incident, we do urge them to reach out to Crime Stoppers with any information they might have, and the Houston Police Homicide Division.
Just tragic altogether. They're coming up in the next hour. Why police are saying they don't think this was a suicide. In fact, they believe it was a homicide. Reporting live in Northeast Houston, Ugochi Iloka, KHOU 11 News.
That shit is crazy, folks. And you seen them. Oh, the death is ruled a homicide. You think so? I don't know anybody that's doing that type of stuff. Like, I don't believe everybody's jumping into the bayou and ending themselves out here. They finding bodies on top of bodies on top of bodies. But I will tell you this. This right here, somebody was pissed off. Now, they said this happened over there on the 610 North Loop, which is a major highway, right? I don't know how nobody's seen that. You know what I'm saying? And then they say it's over there by, what's that neighborhood they just said it was over there by? I know that neighborhood. It's over there where CD Gas and all of that, them neighborhoods is. Shut off CD Gas. That's hood over there. Nobody see anything? Mad people they have walking around there all hours at night. This person pissed somebody off, and they said they thought it was a burning bush first hanging from a railroad bridge. How did nobody see that? I'm still trying to get past that. They said they put the flames out and realized it was a dude. Now he said there's a homeless encampment over there. I don't think that homeless encampment had anything to do with it. I think whoever did it probably didn't even know it was a homeless encampment over there. But that sounded like some cartel type stuff. Something you'll see in Mexico or something. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, man, I mean, that's what's out right now. Ain't a lot more information. But can you just imagine that? I wonder what he was doing yesterday before he had an untimely demise. I wonder how his day was going. I wonder how he was thinking. I'm more than sure one of the things he was thinking that he would never end up in that situation. That just goes to tell you the level of violence inflicted on one another in this country nowadays is baffling. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what kind of accelerant they used to burn this man up. I don't know if he had the accelerant on him already before they put him out there, what he was hanging from. I guess it was rope. But to set all of that up, there's no cars, no nothing. You got to be bold as hell to jump out. They had to do that quick. For real, they did that from the top of the bridge. They ain't do that from the bottom, because if he was hanging from the bridge, they had to have the anchor point on top, and they only way they can establish that is being on that highway. But either way, man, I mean, damn, I mean, this is something you don't see every day. This is like straight out of a movie. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine whoever was in that train You know what I'm saying? They coming down the track, they see a fire, so they slow the train because it's a big train yard over there, like an exchange point, a junction yard where they move boxcars in different directions in the country for Union Pacific. But could you imagine you leaving out of the train yard or coming into the freight yard and you see that and you're like, you stop, radio it in, they come out there, come to find out it's a burnt up dude. I'm anxious to see what nationality he is. Because that right there seemed like some Juarez Sicario type movie shit. You know, like a lot of times the cartels be hanging people from bridge with their heads off, and that right there is a statement. And I'm more than sure by now those that the statement was for, they get the message. I'm Stock Market Steve for the Dynamic Reason channel. As always, like, comment, share, and subscribe. This is all preliminary information right now.
Okay,
As
we
more
have,
information
like,
comes out, maybe the suspect's ID.
like just now, but
I'll have more information for.
There's so many people from Houston. Like, you never know. But goddamn, that's scary. I don't know about the whole cartel thing, but well, let me catch my breath. See, what the fuck?
Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 19.
Um, I think that's a little too gruesome. Why was that in the thumbnail? Okay, maybe something a little, I won't say lighthearted, but terrifying cults. Been sitting, yeah.
Colgate has been the Obama.
Yeah, so this, oh no, not this again. Alright.
Matan suit of streaming scandals, but it has revealed a reality that we desperately.
Why do you wear those dreads?
Need to address.
Sweetie, you don't understand black people.
That one was weird. Okay. Alright. Fine. Let me continue. Just like I mentioned yesterday on my Twitch stream, I was there for this exact moment. At first, I'm gonna admit, at first, I was sort of agreeing with him. But that was like before this whole part, by the way. Because he was making some points about how, you know, basically, if I were to, I do know how to like articulate things maybe better. But like basically he was saying that like sometimes you have to step outside of yourself, right? And you have to understand. Yeah, you know what? Let me like change some things on like my stream settings. But yeah, basically he was saying like, you know, you kind of have to step outside of yourself. You kind of have to like, you can't just, you know, talk about your own issues all the time. But of course, now that I realize it, it's just like, come again. Because, of course, it's like, maybe the last thing you should do when somebody's trying to bring up their own issues, politically speaking, is, tell them not to bring it up. Because, yeah. Ooh, shoot. Let me update. Yeah, I'm updating now.
Shut the f up! I'm also not even friends with the son. I wouldn't go to their funeral. We would never speak again. God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. Ultimately,
the funny thing is that I say almost all of these same things.
We tackle in the mid of the centrist on today's Foreign Friday.
It's a foreign man in a foreign land.
Full disclosure, chat. I'm cool with Hassan. I think it's important that we talk about this. Not only as a black creator, but also one that isn't simply looking for reasons to pile up on him.
Clown take. Can you shut up when it comes to black folks? You really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan? I'm gonna ether you.
So first off, right?
That's a Nas reference.
Very niche reference for folks that don't listen to Nas Ilmatic.
For folks with sun allergies, yeah. It's like how TikTok speak is like AAVE, but reappropriated, and then half the time it's used for anti-black purposes.
Once TikTok started to implement dropping pictures in the comment section, you realize just how specifically black culture, a lot of these GIFs, I don't know how you pronounce it, the fact that you have
GIFs, it's always gonna be GIFs. GIFs. It's never gonna be GIFs. Like, if you didn't want, like, people to know what English sounded like, maybe, like, your ancestors shouldn't have colonized the rest of the world. Just saying, to that British creator of the GIF file formats. Anyway.
Pictorial evidence of just how much black culture is essential to the zeitgeist in general, but also how comfortable non-black people are to use these faces. I've seen the funny Mike, that meme a million times. It is digital blackface. You will have people saying it's not that deep. And it's to this point right now, I will say, we need to recognize it's not that deep as a dog whistle. If you have someone that is constantly, it's not that deep, it's not that deep, you will have a person that will, it's not that deep, you into fascism. I'm telling you.
We just saw that happen. That's been the past 10 years of American history.
I'm gonna ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in
it's the head for me, man.
Any other black
like this right here? Oh god. I don't know, man. That's trademarked. It's giving Gwen Stefani Hollaback girl. For the Hasanabi heads that are coming, I see y'all niggas. Howdy. I see y'all. I like Hassan though. Look at this. I got the Hasanabi heads in the chat right now, proving my point by being yam heads. I also gonna end up getting some shade from my own community when things like this happen, regardless of the context. Because there is no context that can make these things okay. So putting me in a liminal space as a black man, because you literally have the caped cracker crusade, behaving like the very people that Hassan would fight against, mind you, which proves a further point that I hope to drive home about this platform as a whole. Because this video ain't about Hassan. It's about the fact that, spoiler, all of them and them have the same communities. Hassan, Ludwig, etc. The same people watching them also watching Joe Rogan. Believe it or not, the ideological differences don't necessarily make it a deal breaker. It's the same bigoted chat with different fonts and different colors. They're all spamming Pepe the Frog and flicking Pog, but I can get into that in a second. Stay tuned.
folk want to engage in radical activist language in this chat? Suck my okay? You stupid radlib. Get the out of here. Get the out of my chat. Stupid, moronic, radlib nonsense. Suck my you. You think you have a pass in here to speak like this? Get the out of here.
Why is he doing the Italian? Lots of thoughts in here. Lots of thoughts, no prayers in here. But in order to understand why Hassan turned the term black folk into a slur just now, in order to understand this clip, we have to get into the situation. This is a situation that ought not have gotten this far.
Shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah. Shot my dog into
Make sure you know that he's from New
He
Jersey.
looked like Shamar in the Diary of a Mad Black Woman. That's a deep cut.
They got him looking like Riff Raff.
He looked like Post Malone. This is wild. Oh god. This is definitely AI. This probably malused so much water in Michigan right now. This is in reference to Colgate. Hassan was streaming with the dog in the background, and she got up, and he told her to sit down, and then she yelled,
Kaya, please just go. That's part of the reason why so many trainers have come out and been like, you guys are wrong. Like, shock collars are not like tasing the dog. It's like a tens machine. I have literally shocked myself in the past. People are just like...
A dog is a sensitive thing for folks in the West. And a lot of people will prioritize the potential of an animal suffering, sometimes over human life, but also just like as a great like rage bait topic. I'm very big on animal rights, but everybody with eyes can tell that this is not in good faith. A lot of this plays into the performative male trend as well. The idea of just anything a person with left-wing beliefs doing being wrong, it's always like headline news for them because it's a way to abdicate themselves of responsibility. It's like, oh, well, you guys were saying all this stuff about genocide and all this stuff about human rights and all this stuff about healthcare, but listen, you did this thing bad with your dog.
Exactly.
So obviously you're just lying and then we're all the same. And I don't have to pay attention to you.
This might be hyperbolic, but I think Colgate is the new rubber match of purity politics to an extent. I don't think a lot of people actually care about the dog. They just want to dunk on Hassan. This is the new Palestine for folks who never knew nor cared about Palestinian genocide in the first place. Colgate isn't about loving no damn dogs. It's about hating Hassan. Osman reacts to Hassan crying.
I ain't never gonna say damn dog, because all my ancestors loved dogs. We used to give them funerals. They did, not we. I wasn't alive back then. But still.
Crashing out on stream. Why is this man pinker than a white man's frog?
Because he doesn't eat fruits.
I can't stand any of you dumb in this goddamn chat. Oh my God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate streaming. I hate socialism. I hate...
Like, I think I'm older than him, right? Let me see. What's this? How old is you? Oh, no, I'm not. I'm definitely not. But he looks like he's like 20 years older than me. So, like, what the fuck?
Hate every single person who thinks that the peak of activism is just being the most annoying, holier than thou, the most ultimately...
The funny thing is that I say almost all of these same things.
Woke leftist.
Yeah, true.
Is that like self-awareness?
You did it. You have unlocked the nihilism within me, okay?
Yes!
This is what happens when leftists don't take care of themselves. It's got to be more than just like weightlifting and playing basketball. Like the reality is that if you are in this process, especially as a white person, where you...
No, like, dude literally does not take any, like, days off. Not even his birthday. Like, his birthday happened, like, after that whole thing happened. And he was still like... Oh, well, my best birthday gift to myself is being with you guys, just streaming like 8 hours. And it's just like, wait, what the f... And then I couldn't watch it anymore. So I was like, this is sad. Not like I'm gonna pity someone who's like wealthy, but still.
You have to be deprogramming yourself. I need to put myself in a position where I'm not triggering myself to return to those behaviors. A lot of folks are liberated logically, but they're colonizers spiritually.
If you're streaming every day for 8 hours almost, you will be triggered because it is your content. Your means of making means is also the mechanism that kills you, that regresses you. I have to break down anti-blackness as a job sometimes.
No, like, it's literally like, I mean, I think a lot of, like, creators have been saying, like, the leftist ones have been saying that he's, like, almost like a lightning rod. And I do agree, because, like, and then basically, like, for his friends, for instance, like, he wants to get, like, he wants to keep them away from getting, like, all the attention that he gets, the negative attention that he gets, and he wants to, like, absorb that stuff constantly, and I think he probably also sees it as like an imperative to do kind of the same thing for like Palestinian people, for instance, since he's very much ridden hard for them, and that's like very much an admirable thing. But obviously, it's very clear that he does not practice, you know, self-care to the degree that he probably should. But that's like the blind leading the blind in my case, because I don't really practice self-care either. It's like real sees real here. Like I know what's going on. Like I know what it's like to not feel like you deserve rest, because maybe, you know, if you rest for one day, then everything collapses or whatever. It's like I had like a rest day on Wednesday, and it was like a nightmare for me. And then the day after that, like I had that presentation that, you know, mixed reactions. But it reminded me that, like, okay, killing myself for something I love doing is not exactly like healthy either. Just because I love doing it doesn't mean that it's healthy to do it 24/7 all the time. So yeah. Like, I love posting content on social media, but like I haven't posted in a while on like TikTok because I don't want the algorithm to think that it can reward me or punish me for posting at a certain schedule. You know? I don't even use TikTok anymore. Honestly, I haven't opened it up for like months. I just realized that. Anyway.
There's a level of burnout that we don't interact with by not only just being a creator, but being this type of creator. By being the type of creator that creates creations from looking at the ugliness of the world and then translating it into something that has value.
It just makes me sad, you know, when I see somebody like Hassan going through this, because I've seen him when he's locked in.
I'm getting ahead of myself because I should have been talking about the roach roommate Asmongold. Asmongold is unfortunately going to be a reoccurring character today, as he represents another side of the political aisle.
Do I think Hassan shot his dog? I have no clue. I think he lied about having a shot collar. I think he 100% had a shot collar based off what's on my For You page. Maybe I'm getting psyoped. He's adamant that he has.
Like, this is crazy though, because they literally play basketball together. Like, the fuck? But then again, this is why you shouldn't get parasocial, or even like that's my excuse for not being like social ever at all. Because it's like, oh well, with friends like that, the fuck? I just wanted to make my code bigger. Anyway.
Shocked her. But that 100% is a shock collar.
Ludwig is one of the top streamers in the game. He's definitely got some PR training. He's not gonna say anything that is nuclear.
Dude literally has a journalism degree, like.
As it pertains to his bottom line, right? He's just saying enough. He's saying that 100% was a shock collar, but he doesn't necessarily say that Hassan is shocking his dog. For the folks who don't know, this is Ludwig, who you may remember from his iconic subathon where he cried at the end. Probably one of the most inspiring moments on Twitch. But you also may remember him from, of course, enabling his friend Mango to abuse not only himself, but everyone else in his vicinity with his alcohol addiction, as well as humping female streamers like a dog in heat. But Ludwig is a shrewd businessman. He's made one of the most successful creator empires, and the way he achieved this was by having no opinions whatsoever on anything. He doesn't make any explicit political statements, as he wants to allow the largest amount of people to project their beliefs onto him. The only time when Ludwig gives his political opinion is when it's popular to do so.
That's a safety valve. You don't have to worry about politics because the politics are for you. For somebody who's a white guy, all of this stuff can be peripheral. That's like a business strategy, but like in the Twitch sphere, the content creator sphere, it's really hard. Your whole business is parasocial. Your whole thing is your marketing authenticity. Eventually that kind of collapses because at some point you are forced to pick a side.
Ludwig will only talk about things that there's already a consensus
Taylor Swift the fuck
is made about.
I'll just play it, but like seriously, be chill about it, okay?
Did I really just forget that Epstein's a pedophile?
Me off the track, me off the track, me off the track. Meat on the beat.
You notice that Ludwig is making light yet again of Epstein, which despite being political, it's a publicly popular belief to hold. Even the Palestinian genocide, you began to see an influx of celebrities begin to stand publicly with Palestine once it became relatively popular to do so.
I use those people usually as a barometer for the success of a movement. You're at a point where Jennifer Lawrence, who was like buddy with Amy Schumer, raging Zionist, now is just like, it's absolutely a genocide, like 2 years later, right? What that indicates to me, though, is that Palestinian activists have shifted the barometer in terms of where society stands on that. Aside from my optimism, I have a big beef with the way that a white guy who is nice and says reasonable things sometimes becomes Jesus Christ on the internet. It's Hank Green. You know, it's John Green, it's Ludwig, and then it's Penguins, or, you know, Charlie. Taylor Swift puts out this necklace that kind of looks like it has Nazi insignia on it, and people are going on there and being like, after all these microaggressions, you're not checking on how this symbolism works, how it looks in the middle of a fascist regime in the United States that you're cozy with. Then Hank Green goes on, and because y'all give him this green light to just have an opinion on anything, even though he's like not even a scientist, he's a science communicator who can't even figure out like how knitting is scientific, and got dragged by the skin of his teeth by white women, black women, and other women online who are like, how do you not realize the scientific process of knitting? Like, this guy is gonna tell me about solidarity. This guy's got a lot to tell me about how we have to build coalition.
Charlie is the face of fence sitting. Ludwig making an Epstein joke here.
I mean, honestly, I can talk about like solidarity. And no, I do not know anything about the science of knitting. However, I'm not a scientist. Well, data science. Anyway, like, you know, I'm not like someone who claims to be a science communicator. I don't even have a degree in any type of science. Am I close to getting my degree in data science? Fine. But still. I'm kind of confused about like the whole science of knitting thing though. Like, do they mean like the neuroscience about it, around it, or... Yeah, I'm kind of confused about that. Alright, but let me continue. And I think I might just get another bag of Doritos because
they are talking about Epstein, making a bunch of videos on Epstein. And then you have Moist Critical doing literally the same thing.
Letting people bet money on who will be on the Epstein list. I'm doing that right now. Wait, what?
Apart from him saying you have a betting site talking about who's going to be on the Epstein list, and then him saying that he's going to do that right now. Not only do I think like he genuinely does not care about this, but also he's contentifying large scale operation of kick enjoyers.
With someone like Charlie, it's this nice person thing. We harp so much on the inherent quality of a person's personality. Good is not something you are, it's something you do. And we fixate a lot on like, well, this guy means well. You don't understand when he did this other nice thing. And we have to focus on criticizing a person's action and stop essentializing like the purity of their personality. He said the thing about iDubbbz not having to apologize for having a racist past because he felt very comfortable speaking over black people on that.
You just made edgy YouTube videos. You didn't ruin anybody's.
That's how you spell it? I don't know. I'm too old. Oh wait, I have heard of him, I think. Is he wearing that? Anyway. It's like I'm too old, but simultaneously not too old.
Life, you didn't create.
Wrong. I think that Ian didn't invent racism, obviously, but he certainly
hell?
fucking played a not insignificant role in giving people the weapons to be racist as they want to for an entire generation. He was incredibly notable.
We build these buildings and then they shape us. You know what I mean? Like the environment that we foster with our words, with our actions, they do have meanings. It's always that deep. You can't even see yourself in just like an individualistic lens because you have to also consider the fact that if you are very much a fence sitter like Charlie or like Lud, you basically are upholding a whole institution. You are not just operating in your own capacity. Charlie built his whole brand off of being the both sides guy. And if there's an equator, he will walk that tightrope straight to success, which is a theme here. Both Ludwig and Charlie are some of the most successful creators on the entirety of social media. All of them got their start in gaming, interestingly enough, which we know to definitely be a very difficult place for anybody that isn't also in the same intersections of Charlie and Ludwig. Charlie, Ludwig, all the rest of them, they have the privilege to be quote unquote apolitical.
He's incentivized to do so. You know, it's part of how the system works. Is like getting a lot of nice white people to look away. They're collaborating in a certain way. And you can be unintentionally a collaborator. They're clever. It's the same way they do the black squares, right? It's the same way that they do the Epstein list. You know, this is crazy that people do that, right? They watch what's safe to talk about, and then I'm gonna drop a little extra spice.
Given all of that, what we are talking about, it's interesting to see when he decides to get a little bit political, when he decides to give his opinion on things, which brings me to this clip what we were talking about before, saying that I am not friends with Hassan.
Now, coming clean politically, I don't know if you guys know much about me. I share probably a decent amount of politics with Hassan. Not everything. I'm not a socialist. I like making money. I'm a CEO here. But, you know, some other maybe more social issues, sure. I'm also not even friends with Hassan.
This is funny. Because again, they play fucking ball together.
Legitimately, I'm not. He's not someone that I invite to like my birthday or things like that. He's someone I've done streams with, and I think they were fun.
Meanwhile, like he literally like rides hard for like them, for like him and his girlfriend, and then again, did he really do that much for her?
He's a streamer friend is the group I call, but we're not boys. My boys are Slime, Aiden, Nick, the people that I hang out with actually on a week-to-week basis. When I retire...
But yeah, those are those problematic white streamers, right?
I will never speak to 95% of the streamers I collab with again. Hassan is part of that group. That's a fact. This is just the reality of life. Okay? Connor, I'm an actual friend with. Connor, I would actually speak with after. But most streamers, I wouldn't. It's just true. They wouldn't go to my funeral. I wouldn't go to their funeral. We would never speak again. The same thing that you would experience if you ever worked. Like a job and then retired from said job or moved on to a different job.
Why did this have to be said? If Foreign was like...
If I just came out of nowhere, you going through it or something like that.
Exactly. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, they literally... Like, she knows, even I know to a certain degree.
I say, you know what?
Right.
Fuck
the
it.
receipts are like right there.
Never like that nigga anyway.
If Foreign was like, I just went through some stuff, like we haven't talked or whatever, and I go online, I'm like, listen guys, I just want to let you know Like 95% of the people you see me collaborate with, I don't even really know them like that. Like they seem cool, but like I'm not friends with them. If they died, I probably wouldn't go to their funeral. With Ludwig, when you're a person that's continuously like avoiding the controversy, when your time,
Like, this is literally part of the white male loneliness epidemic. Like, this is why that happens. Like, this is how they do each other. Like, if the friendship is even a little bit, like, inconvenient, like, they just end it.
time comes, nobody comes in the chat and defends you. Why? Because they don't really believe in you. They don't believe, they don't know you, and they don't believe that you're doing anything other than what's good for your own interests.
The only thing that we could trust of Ludwig is that he is an opportunist. Enough time had passed in Colgate, and it would seem as though with Pokemon's team saying that they don't want to release the podcast episode with Hassan because of Colgate, which showed kind of like a level of trepidation on Hassan's mutuals and collaborators. It seemed as though a lot of people that were defending Hassan, like Vanilla Mace and them, also ended up getting a lot of backlash. Ludwig, they're seeing that and they're just like, you know, I ain't gonna fall on the sword for Hassan.
I've been getting canceled for abusing my dog Kaya.
Yeah.
A clip went around very quickly, and to be fair,
it's a very convincing clip.
Yeah, it's not
like
good.
an insanely
it's not good.
The timing is horrible in that
It's
clip.
awful timing. I'm reaching. I should stop reaching for zinc canisters in general. Now every time Kaya actually walks,
he was reaching.
Every time Kaya caught, I literally just put my hands up. I'm like, I didn't do anything.
To the point of it being like really convincing. A lot of what people were saying that was convincing was the fact that the dog yelped. If you've ever had a dog, you know that that does happen. Like for some more than others.
My dog yelps all the time. And she also eats your feet. And then my other dog also used to yelp all the time before she passed. And she'd also always eat her feet. Like, she would literally, like, scratch herself and then just yelp. And I was just like, what's going on? Then again, she was a drama queen. Just like my current dog. I miss her. Anyway.
Things like that just tell me that a lot of the people that make this criticism are making it from a standpoint where they don't really give a fuck about dogs, right? Like they actually don't even care about animals either. What's interesting to them is how they can weaponize it against somebody that they see as an opponent for whatever reason that they don't like.
This is content for them. I want to examine how this works with Cutie. Cutie is Ludwig's girlfriend and also Hassan's podcast mate. And all of their respective audience applied a lot of pressure on everyone involved with this, but a brunt of the criticism and a lot of the misogyny of the criticism went on the Cutie. Like I was talking about this in regards to DDG and Jay Cinco and Lala Baptiste. The way that people attacked DDG and Jay Cinco, mostly Jay Cinco, is to attack Lala Baptiste because she is seen in this gender dynamic to be property of Jay Cinco because that's his girlfriend. The same way in which Cutie, to an extent, ends up bearing a lot of the brunt of this discussion because the women adjacent to the boys fighting end up being collateral damage.
That is part of why you don't see very many black women streamers. And then that's how the situation reifies itself, because then you don't have black women that are popular on Twitch. And when you want to see something about politics, you're seeing Hassan, you're seeing white guys on Twitch. And then you're treating Twitch as this neutral platform, right? You're not looking at Twitch as like, oh, this is a racist white platform. Maybe I should go on, the black streaming service. That's all aside from the fact that white people won't make the effort themselves to go seek it out anyway.
That all came to a head just this past week during the same controversies that we're talking about right now when Emiru got assaulted at TwitchCon.
After being sexually assaulted at TwitchCon, Emiru shared her experience on her latest stream, adding to fellow women streamers who expressed their safety concerns leading up to this year's TwitchCon. So let's...
Then the whole Miskiff thing, because Miskiff and I think has, I've seen him on Hassan's stream before. So it's like, their entire circle is And me knowing all of this, any of this, is also why, like, I tend to take a lot of time. Just like, it's like I'll watch YouTube, but I won't watch Twitch every day if I don't have to. Or sometimes, like, if I do watch that, like, anything on that platform, I limit my time unless I'm bored. If I'm really bored, then fine. Otherwise, like, eh.
Let's talk about it. On day one of TwitchCon, October 17th, cosplay streamer Emily Beth Shunk, known online as Emmy Rue, hosted a meet and greet, and a random man grabbed her and tried to forcibly kiss her. In Emmy's October 18th stream, she went into detail of how things unfolded from her perspective. She originally thought that the man that was approaching her was a part of TwitchCon staff. Emmy expressed that her personal security guard, who was seen on video, was the only one to step in, and that Twitch's security was, quote, nowhere near me, nowhere to be found. I can see them, but they don't do anything.
There's tangible consequences for the type of environment that has been cultivated by the figureheads of these platforms. All of these things are connected. Twitch is an aggregate of all of these communities centered around figures like Hassan, like Ludwig, like Asmongold. And spoiler, regardless of the political aisle they reside on, it's the same audience. A lot of the things that these men embody are not mutually exclusive. You can very easily transition from a Hassan chat to a Ludwig chat. Yeah. In fact, that's the reason why they're often on stream. It's not as though like there's a deal breaker of which these cultures are just so vehemently different. The sad part is they're the same. And the reason why is because, yet again, there's nothing about these men that are so categorically different that it challenges the status quo. Folks like Tyler, the Creator, Childish Gambino, and probably Hobson are some of the most apparent white whisperers. Tyler has made a career off of edgelord, white edgelord specifically, culture. Like, I was bumping Tyler back in the Bastard era. I remember the Earl debut, Hodgie Beats, all of them. Yep. Arguably, Odd Future, some of the most important rap posses since Wu-Tang, and one of the most important rap posses also before Brockhampton. But Tyler and his crew performed an edgy act that allowed him to be a vehicle for the angsty white online male culture that still exists now, but was rampant in the early 2010s. And not only was it anti-black, but it was specifically and categorically misogynoir. This is a great example.
Got all the black bitches mad because my main bitch Vanilla, she trying to get her groove back like Stella.
That was one of his most popular songs.
Someone like Earl Sweatshirt kind of diverged from the Tyler, the Creator path as a kind of example of the energy of what Tyler was doing and how it affected other people around him. Earl Sweatshirt, if people remember, was a member of Odd Future, had disappeared because his mom sent him to boarding school in Samoa to get him out of the limelight of this encroaching movement that was becoming so big it was going to swallow her kid whole. And Tyler had created this whole culture around, Free Earl, and essentially created free reign for really millions of young people, usually white, around the world, to say all types of nasty stuff about Earl Sweatshirt's mom, who is, mind you, a critical race theorist. Earl Sweatshirt's dad was a South African poet. Mind you, Tyler, the Creator, did an interview in 2014 saying, I think everybody should be able to say the N-word.
Use the N-word? Yes. Now, that's an offensive word to some people, to many people. And how? In what terms do you use it?
I don't know, man. See, people have to understand, I grew up in a different time, so where that word is just a word. It has no effect, but it is a double standard because there's certain people who will get offended if someone who doesn't have the skin tone of me says it, which is really weird, then they're keeping the original meaning of that a lot. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, if a white person says
it. If a white person says it.
Isn't it derogatory?
It's derogatory because your skin isn't the same color as mine.
Why is Larry King, bro? Larry King is the woke one here. Larry King is the one making sense, dog. Telling a black man why he should actually be offended by a word that used to justify his death. Hold on, let me try to finish this.
But why it's just weird that a lot of people still get, upset with that. And it's I don't know. I think you give certain words power.
Are you saying it's just a word?
Yeah, like if you choose to be,
Is there any word
you
that
could call me and I would not give a fuck.
Oh God. 22 years old.
22 years old.
Now that we understand, Tyler says these things that are, pretty pro-black here and there, and like he's come out as queer, and but he's never addressed what he's done before. When you were 22, 23 years old, the D'Angelo discourse, where
I did some dumb
D'Angelo,
shit at that age.
pioneer, god level R&B artist, passes away a few days ago. And Tyler, the Creator, is making a big, tribute post to it. He's trying to be a strong advocate for Black artists. He's getting this kind of nonchalant response from these non-Black fans. That just speaks to also, like, even post your edgelord phase, quote unquote, you were still kind of not political. You were still not somebody who was drawing lines, who was setting boundaries with your audience on certain regards.
If you look at a Tyler concert, probably even to this day, you gonna have a bunch of white people up inside there trying to say the word. Tyler gets asked if he dates Black women. The circumcised SM7B right here. They took the pop filter off, and it's really hurting me because he just raw dogging the
like that.
SM7B.
I think Kay is mad at me and I don't like it.
No.
She is. She definitely is.
She's very old. Now it's awkward. Now every time I look in your direction, I just sense this.
You like black girls. You want her to tighten up. Watch this.
What? Do you like black girls?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
What?
I wouldn't either.
He's lying.
He's definitely lying.
How do you
I
think
feel
I'm
like
lying?
you.
So you don't date black girls, or you just don't have sex with black girls?
Black girls are cool. They're cool.
Black girls don't like you?
I like mixed chicks.
Do black girls like you?
I like black and white chicks together. They're slowly starting to think I'm cool. At
Like,
first
what do you
they
mean?
thought I was weird.
You are a little weird.
Okay, see, exactly. That's that mind state.
No,
that
but
y'all
weird-
have. And y'all
weird
treat
can
me
be
like
fun.
shit.
Just like Childish Gambino, it's like this league of white whisperers is what I call it. Essentially, like Black people that perform specifically for the white gaze. His brand of horrorcore music and everything was ostensibly anti-Black. Most importantly, anti-Black women. When he transitioned from this edgelord era, he tried to get rid of the white incel folks them. But they didn't leave him. Tyler bastardizing his Blackness was the price he paid for a white edgelord audience to make him famous, and now he's reaping the seeds of bigotry he's sowing.
You do an initial harm, and then all the time that you spend not addressing, not paying off that debt from that initial harm, it collects, maybe even a small interest rate, but it collects interest over time to where it becomes more and more harmful. Why? Because especially as a public figure, you are creating a culture around you of people who think that it is okay to have said those things.
This clip from Hassan, in now understanding the full lead up to this moment and the way also in which these audiences operate.
Why did I just see an article that with like a description that was like, oh, feminism is at fault for India being in decline? That's what? Okay. Distracted here.
This is a prison to an extent that Hassan is now in, even if he's trying to alleviate himself from that.
Clown take. Can you shut the fuck up when it comes to Black folks? You really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan? I'm gonna ether you. Any other Black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this chat? Suck my. Okay, you stupid radlib. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my chat. Stupid, moronic, radlib nonsense. Suck my. You. You think you have a pass in here to speak like this? Get the fuck out of here.
The radlib thing is an insult that is supposed to be used for folks that, radical liberal, right? Somebody who is essentially, espousing liberal politics, but couches that in radical aesthetic, makes it seem like they are the resistance when in fact.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's someone kind of like the pussy hat protests, all of that. Like, okay, maybe not the best example. I mean, sort of an example, but like more recently and more like relevantly, it would be like, the whole like brunch thing, right? Like the ones who say that, if Kamala Harris was president, we would all be having brunch. We would all be at brunch. that type. You know, they're the people that go on the streets, they march, they do all the aesthetically, you know, woke things, but they don't actually have like, they're not actually like anti-capitalist or whatnot. And I mean, to a degree, even like a large contingent of leftists are like that too. Like, they have the policies, but like, they don't actually have necessarily like they basically do like what the liberals do, which is like go ahead and just be like, oh well, you don't believe the same thing as me, well then you're hopeless, you're a bitch, you're whatever, you are lost, you're a lost cause. They'll insult them, they'll demean them, they'll dehumanize them in every single way that, you know, basically muddles their message that they supposedly have, right? So it's kind of ironic, of course, that he called, you know, that black commenter, chatter, you know, a radlib, considering that he kind of engaged in some radlib behavior right here. Because like in the later stream, we just kind of like why I stopped like watching as religiously was because like he mentioned that like, you know, like we already talk about Palestine and Israel is also the like part of the reason for Sudan, which is not incorrect, but like basically you can't just simplify Sudan as an extension of Israel Palestine. That is literally not the case. Like that's just not true. It's a totally different context. They had the same exact colonizer, Great Britain, but the reality is that, you know, Sudan is a completely different context. Nation of around like, I think 80 million people, perhaps. A large amount of the population is displaced. Well over 10% of the population is displaced. If not, probably more like 20%. And of course, like Sudanese people are from both Sudan, the Republic of Sudan, and South Sudan. So there's that whole other dynamic. So no, you can't just like extrapolate like that. That was the thing that made me be like, okay, maybe not exact, maybe I don't exactly have the same exact beliefs or whatever.
Fact, they're just like saying, you know, vote for Biden or whatever. When it comes to what's happening with the anti-black aspect of what we're talking about, there is again a degree to which black folks and their issues get double marginalized by the leftists, the white leftists that they're supposed to be in solidarity with, because there is a sense that they're emphasizing cultural issues or they're
yeah, and that's partially why even like I think technically Hassan and who is that, what's his name, Bad Empanada, I think. I really don't know these people that well. But like I think they technically are like on opposing sides, not ideologically, but like in terms of their approach. But that's also why, like with both of their approaches, it's sort of similar though. Like there are similarities in their approach. Like Baden Panada, I think he basically said, you know, that what's her name again? I forgot. I know she's a white trans woman and a leftist. Or at least she claimed to be one. ContraPoints or something like that. But yeah. I think because I mean basically he made a video that was just like I don't know the exact wording. I forgot the exact wording, but like he said something along the lines of, you know, if you're an American, you are inherently more privileged, no matter what your identity is, than, you know, the rest of the world. And it's just like when I saw that part, I was like, bitch, I agreed with everything else you said before. But why the fuck would you say that fuck shit? Because I mean, the bottom line is that, like, that's not how it works. Like, otherwise, I could go ahead and say, you know, you're British or Australian or whatever, and you descend from colonizers, you're white, you have more privilege than everyone else in the world. Like, like, yeah. You know, I feel like that was like a very similar logic that was done here. Basically saying, you know, your issues, your community does not matter. You know, my issues, like what I find to be valuable and we're talking about, does matter a lot more. And of course, that's not to say that Bad Empanada is a bad person, or that Hassan is necessarily an evil person, but they have blind spots. They have blind spots, and the purpose of their respective communities is to glaze them as the creator. So, yeah.
Emphasizing, you know, certain types of purity politics. I'm not even saying this commenter that Hassan's reacting to was speaking in good faith. There are a lot of people who will weaponize genocide in Sudan and the Congo as a way to dismiss from the Palestinian genocide. It's a classic tactic. It's whataboutism, right? Regardless, the fact of using an insult like Radlib for something like that, it's like a specific chip in the white leftist brain that happens whenever marginal
Irish Asian doodle, that's a funny name.
Leftists, folks who are black, brown, leftists, whatever, are like, we should talk about XYZ. I don't care how left you think you are. As a white person, if you are ever in a position to start yelling at some black person because you think they're being distracting or you think they're acting up, you're losing the plot. All that's going to do is empower people around you to do that to black people who are correct, or to just dismiss the concerns of black people writ large.
Yeah, exactly. And at the same time, of course, there's the whole power dynamic thing. Like, to be completely honest, whenever he says, like, whenever Hassan says he's white, I'm just like, not white enough, but okay. It's like, yes, he might look Greek, and I think he has a Greek grandmother, or, you know, at least she's from Crete, but like, most likely, or possibly, you know, someone who is Greek who ended up, there's probably a lot of that, like someone who is Greek but assimilated into like the Ottoman Empire culture, whatever. Yeah. But he's still not considered to be actual white. You know, that's kind of the thing. But at the same time, you know, just because you aren't white doesn't mean that you're not gonna be somebody who is capable of anti-blackness. I used to do like anti-black shit all the time. Say anti-black shit all the time. And I have since learned, like, no, that's not correct. And it's not even like slurs or whatever, not even the basic shit. I'm talking about like, you know, like, I forgot what that was that happened with like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. You know, there's a bunch of shit that happened with her. But then there's like, I don't know. It's like I will admit, at that point I was like more liberal, and so, you know, as a liberal, I would often just be like, you know, why don't trans people, you know, just keep themselves quiet? And then I realized, hey, I'm not cisgender. Funny how life works. But yeah, it's like, you know, I've had those moments, those periods of my life, and I can't go ahead and say that, you know, there's no anti-blackness that I have to, that's left to, you know, try to absolve or whatever, because I feel like, you know, when we talk about things in absolutes, like, we kind of miss the point in terms of, you know, identifying the actual bias and the mechanisms behind bias, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like when we talk about just like, you know, that's racist, that's okay. Because to me, you know, in the same way that good is a descriptor of an action, racist is a descriptor of an action. But when you identify people with terms like good or racist or bad, then you kind of, you know, that's virtue. And like it or not, like, virtue is not necessarily the most useful way of like spreading political ideology or spreading like your message. Turning people into like trying to get people to meet a virtuous standard. Like, we see how that has turned out for you know, LGBTQ rights, right? Like for queer and trans people in particular. Like, it hasn't really turned out that well for us, actually. Like, trying to get people to be so virtuous to where they would include us didn't really do much in terms of like our, I mean, it did some things in terms of like our political advancement, but now we're seeing like the backlash to said political advancement because, you know, the root wasn't about empathy. The root was about, you know, peer pressure. Ultimately, peer pressure is not a good motivator for like any type of like social change or whatnot. Simply because, you know, peer pressure can change. Like, the type of pressure can change all the time. Like, it's not genuine, basically. It's not authentic. It's not coming from the right place. It is simply just like a matter of, you know, reputational damage rather than like anything tangible. Wow, I am edgy. Yeah.
Needed to get his ass offline, fondle some grass.
Dumb. You think I'm gonna baby you? Go ahead. Go post a clip about how much of a white supremacist I am. Suck my.
And then they did.
Annoying, dumb. God damn, dude. This kind of attitude is so.
It's almost like representative government to an extent. Everybody's in a big town hall, and in this case, Hassan is receiving all of these special interests of which he's trying to advocate for. But the problem is he's then vituperating a person inside the town hall in front of everybody to see. And that person also happens to be a marginalized class of which the entire platform, as well as your base, is inculcated and conditioned to already see as not human in the first place.
Exactly.
Black people already are seen online because of the way anti-blackness works. So if the person that is literally holding the town hall is vituperating that one black person that like you're putting a...
Like it is really the minority experience in general. Like you have to perform your supposed role, right? Ice Your Speed has to perform in the ways that he does as a streamer. An Asian streamer, for instance, has to perform as, you know, an Asian woman streamer, for instance, has to perform as, you know, has to basically be objectified and accept being objectified. And just accept, you know, being viewed as that type of like object rather than as a full human being. You know, even me as an Asian whatever person, human being who is mask presenting, who is, you know, whatever, I'm supposed to perform a certain way, and that certain way does lead to some advantages in terms of like, you know, people expect to see someone like me at like a Fortune 500 company, and so I could get hired at one, and I did get hired at one, and I did work at one, primarily because, you know, someone like me, even though I'm autistic and I was part of like a neurodiversity program, someone like me could be seen as somebody who is worthy of that type of role, because someone like me has been in that type of role and succeeded in the past, right? And of course that's very problematic, but that's also part of like the reality that we have to undo and unlearn. Right? That like, you know, the idea that black people are supposed to, you know, play a certain role politically or whatnot. Asian people, Latino people, Native American people are supposed to play respective roles. Yeah.
Spotlight on, then they're gonna follow by example. They idolize you, they aspire you, they have parasocial bonds with you, and they're seeing you specifically target this black person that has pissed you off inside your chat.
Repulsive. Like, what the do you think you're doing? We're talking about creating a larger, broad people back movement and creating solidarity, and you immediately got root.com article.
And that's part of the problem. Like, why do they always say solidarity? Like, we're trying to have solidarity, you know, don't play oppression Olympics. And it's just like, okay, every time you'll say these terms, it's just like you only say oppression Olympics in terms of black women trying to get attention towards issues that impact them specifically, and then you gaslighting them about said issues. Like, you say solidarity, but it's very clear that you don't want solidarity, but instead the goal is to, you know, have people not question you in your vision or whatever.
Regurgitators in here instantly being like, sweetie, you don't understand black people. Shut the f up.
Him saying, sweetie, you don't understand black people, and in the way the dog is doing it, I ain't like that. Oh God.
What's extra frustrating about this is that what he's being asked to do here, collect your thoughts, don't say too much, don't get aggravated.
Exactly.
That's the shit marginalized people do every single day.
That attitude left a long time ago. It doesn't work, okay?
Like, the only reason why, like, Asian people have, like, you know, okay, there are two reasons. So one reason why Asian people tend to do better than other marginalized groups is one, because, you know, Asian immigrants are the most educated demographic of immigrants to the US. Secondly, and of course that means that their descendants are a lot more likely to go to college, right? And to get the same types of education that their parents did. Secondly, it's also the fact that we are constantly told, you know, we're basically sold like colonial mentality. We're encouraged to engage in colonial mentality and to basically just not question the system. Just live in the system, be grateful about what the system has to offer, and do not question the system. And that's why. That's basically why we have, you know, more success as a group when you have us in aggregate, right? Like East Asians and South Asians in particular, more so than Southeast Asians like myself, but, you know, still, at the end of the day, yeah, it's about like the ability to conform, right? And that's why we're not often seen as like much of a problem as people of other groups who will advocate for themselves, right? And like break the mold.
Keep advocating for your own demise then. Standpoint theory ass mother. Oh my God. Every time this shit pops off, there's like a million people in the chat being like, actually, we're not rocking with those folks because they're not rocking with us. Like, I get it, dude. Okay, yeah, you want to be selfish. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I think that was the part that I was like, Like, at first I was like, I get it. I get why you said that. But then looking back, it's just like, huh. So, like, you know, even I, at this point, had that level of, like, anti-blackness that I have since done my best to unlearn, right? And this was just July, I think. July, and now it's like, what, 3.5 months later. Yeah.
Who cares? All of these audiences, no matter if the son is the figurehead, a lot of them share overlapping communities.
They do.
Because a lot of them don't see the delivery that Ludwig gives different than that Hassan could give. They could easily be in Ludwig's community in 1 second, then Ludwig wrapping up his stream, and then they go right to Hassan. And then from there, they're going to jump to someone else. Not because of the ideological differences, but simply because they don't present any real deal breakers by virtue of the fact that they are still benefiting from that system. Once you have almost no rungs of marginalization in you, Hassan white, mean spicy white, but white, male, straight, and rich. Exactly. I can't get into those particular rooms. If he was going down the line, before they look at his name and it says Hassan, if he was going down the line at the TSA, they wasn't gonna pull him to the side. They just put me to the side, and a big man named Bob is frisk me down every time. Oh God. Okay? Oh God. Like, ultimately, there are people that
Why was I always getting, like, selected? That bothers me, like, to this day. It's like, why are they always, like, selecting me for frisking? And then I had to, like, be even more, like, anxious because then it's like, your whole frisking thing is taking, like, my time and ability to go to the damn flight.
Take off these rungs of marginalization. Don't matter how much money I could ever get in my life, at the end of the day, someone can still see me as and only that. A lot of the white creators that you do follow are able to be covert, go stealth. Some people can't. Even myself, I'm still a man at the end of the day.
One thing that white folks are not trained to think about is like, there's a lot of black folks that collaborate with Hassan, that have been on his stream, that champion him, that like him, that are his friends. And when you do something like this, you put those black friends and allies of yours in a really difficult position, especially when they're trying to champion what you're championing. They're trying to see you as an ally as important. And folks within the black community are going to be like, why are you collaborating with this guy? He's anti-black. Yeah. What position am I putting the people who care about me in? What position am I putting my group, my organization, my coalition in?
Yeah, so eventually they will not do that. Okay. Anyway. Alright. I'll get to 4 hours. Since I think I'm almost at 4 hours anyway. Oh, this guy finally like did something with his hair for once. Neat.
All right.
I should stop like being so judgmental. What the hell? What? No.
Nothing grabs the internet's collective.
Okay. I'm at 4 hours now, but oh, yep.
It isn't just disappointing. This entire thing is disgraceful. This isn't just a harmless preference. It's
oh no, I have encountered them. Yeah, there are Muslim people who are racist. Like brown Muslim people who are racist. Like it does happen. Oh shit. Yeah, and then Shine the Black. Yeah. To be honest, I knew like when he said that, when he went on that tirade, that this would blow up at some point. I just thought that it would have happened like a lot sooner. Like me being like the, you know, like I wasn't going to be the one to like post or like flip something like that, because I frankly feel like there are more important things to talk about than drama. But yeah. Anyway, let me do just chatting before I go. It is 4:30 in the morning and I need to drink my tea, take a shower, and go to sleep. I'll just update my whatever stream details, since I don't see anyone in the chat, which is like, why isn't that like when I'm trying to get people to engage with me, they don't, but when I'm not trying, like literally when I was in the middle of like doing my project and whatnot, there were people trying to get my attention and I was like, what the hell? Why? Yeah. Either way, this helped me like with in terms of like, hey, getting my homework done. So I'm not exactly dissatisfied at like that I was able to get like my homework done. With like I was able to get a lot of my homework done. That was a good thing. Anyway, thank you for watching. To whoever is watching, I don't know who is. Stay safe.